Texas school book depository building he allegedly shot Kennedy from. He was recruited out of CA, the Civil Air Patrol, by David Ferry into the Marine Corps and the CIA. He worked for the CIA undoubtedly in the Marine Corps because he was stationed at Atsugi Air Force Base in Japan. When Lee Harvey Oswald was at Atsugi Air Force Base, this is where they were running the CIA's Oxcart program out of, which was the U-2 spy program that used to run flights over the Soviet Union. They'd launch them from Atsugi Air Force Base in Japan, then they'd land them at Area 51, and then sometimes fly them back over. So really interesting stuff if you look into the history of all this. But Lee Harvey Oswald held these radar codes from being a radar operator at Atsugi. So when he defected to the Soviet Union in October of 1959 and became a sheep-dipped patsy for the CIA, he became sheep dipped, which is when they send you to a foreign country to try to get you to be a double agent, and you try to get the Foreign Intelligence Service to bring you into their ranks. But KGB was a little too smart for that, and they spotted Lee out, and they hooked up Lee with a woman named Marina, who was the niece of a general or a colonel in the Soviet Foreign Affairs Ministry. So, they sent him back with, basically a Soviet spy attached as his wife, and, sent him packing back to the United States. So he was a liability to the CIA, him and his wife, when he returned to the United States. And his activities in the United States were far from normal when he returned. He lived in New Orleans, and worked out of, doing FBI informant type activities out of a guy named Guy Bannister's office. And Guy Bannister is an interesting fellow, man. This is the FBI agent who created the X-Files. Yes, the real X-Files, not the TV show. The actual FBI's original X-Files. And by X-Files, what X-Files am I talking about? Well, let's talk about the 1947 flying disc craze. He was the FBI agent in 47 that was going out and investigating all these flying discs and saucer hoax. Some of them were labeled hoaxes. The Twin Falls incident. I know he was involved in a number of other incidents, alongside an interesting individual named Fred Chrisman, who was indicted by who's the Garrison, Jim Garrison, right? So anyone knows Jim Garrison he was the district attorney from New Orleans who actually pursued a criminal court case against some of the conspirators he believed was involved with the Kennedy assassination, or at least involved with, Oswald's activities for the CIA in New Orleans prior to him being transported to Dallas by a CIA asset, who was later revealed. You can go to this website, go to the website jfkpaine.com. And JFK Paine is a whole documentary that you can watch for free on this unassuming Quaker woman named Ruth Paine, who coincidentally, 90% of the Warren Commission relied on her testimony to convict Lee Harvey Oswald of the assassination of President Kennedy. Or at least posthumous. They didn't convict him. They, determined in their investigation. The government investigated itself and determined that it couldn't possibly have killed Kennedy in a conspiracy involving, CIA agents that set all these assassins up and put these people in position. But that Lee Harvey Oswald acted completely alone. He was just a lone nut who had access to guns and hated President Kennedy. For whatever reason, and he wasn't at all connected to a large network of nefarious individuals who it's believed, now by post, assassination review board researchers that, yeah, this is cool. This is cool, man. Kurt's in the chat, dude. What is up, dude? Yes. Thank you so much, Kurt. That's awesome, man. I'm glad you're liking the information. This is stuff that's not, it's hard to talk about. And I understand why a lot of channels don't have me on and don't want to talk about it. So that's totally cool. And just keep doing what you're doing. We're all playing a big part in this disclosure process. Um, yeah. So the interesting thing about this whole network of people in New Orleans, Guy Bannister, geez, the FBI guy that created the X Files, and then Fred Chrisman, right? Fred Chrisman, if people know who Chrisman was, this is the guy that was, he's one of the tramps that was arrested in Dealey Plaza. Apparently, he looks a lot like this guy. Also, people said it looked like E. Howard Hunt, who confessed to killing Kennedy to his son on his deathbed, believe it or not. E. Howard Hunt was one of the Watergate burglars, alongside Frank Sturgis, who is another guy believed to be one of the three tramps. So this tall tramp here was believed to be Frank Sturgis. But yeah, Fred Chrisman's an interesting guy. This is the dude that literally, who's John. Oh, why am I drawing a blank on his name? The lead guy from Men in Black, right? So Men in Black, Tommy Lee Jones, right? So you see the resemblance between Tommy Lee Jones and Fred Chrisman, because Tommy Lee Jones' character in Men in Black is based, I believe, a lot of people believe, is based on the Fred Chrisman. And he's right here. So yeah. Yeah, I can see the resemblance totally. But anyways, yeah, the House Select Committee on Assassinations was opened up right under Bush, and he was put in charge because they wanted someone to clean up the CIA who wasn't involved with any of this stuff. And George Bush cleaned it all up, and for that he was rewarded with the vice presidency under Reagan and the presidency for 2 terms. And then they named the CIA headquarters after him. But where did he come from? Well, it's interesting when you find these people's origin stories, because at the same time, I pointed out at the same time that where is it? The picture on my profile. I posted this recently. I don't know if you guys remember the. I could find the video, but this is kind of deep down a different rabbit hole. But we didn't go down this rabbit hole yet, so let's do it. Yeah, so here's a video of George Bush. The FBI had set up this guy to go and sell them crack, and they made him meet him in the park directly across from the White House, purposely so that they could stage this this photo op and everything. They basically like gave him the drugs and set him up. If you go look at the court case, but this is interesting. This is crack cocaine that George Bush was holding up and giving a speech on to the American people, at the same time that, if you look up a guy named Terry Reid, compromised, and it's the Mena connection. Yeah, this is it. The official digital version. So here's an audio book that you guys can go and listen to, and this talks about George Bush and how he along with the CIA were running a cocaine smuggling operation under a guy named Barry Seal, right? So Barry Seal was this bad guy that was an expert in modifying planes, and he made these drug planes, and he was flying them from Colombia. From the Medellin cartel, he'd go down there and load up with Escobar's cocaine, and then he'd fly the plane to Mena. And while he was over the swamps of New Orleans, and they would drop all the packages out with trackers, and then they'd have all these Cajun swamper guys that would go out on swamp boats and go track down the packages with GPS trackers and go recover the cocaine. And so that's how they would smuggle it in, and then they land in Mena, and if anyone checked anything in Mena, Arkansas, it would be cool, and there wouldn't be anything going on there. So yeah, they were smuggling Escobar's cocaine right into the United States under the help of the CIA, and this was covered and exposed by a guy named Gary Webb. I don't know. I know Gary Webb's not on here, but on Wikipedia, let's look up Gary Webb Dark Alliance. And he wrote a book on this, which people can go and look up and read. And he was a real legit reporter, had just piles of documents on this stuff. You can go watch the old interviews with him. And when the trouble that he ran into when he started exposing this, it was it blew up in flames, because the CIA was using this contact named Danilo Blandon. And Danilo Blandon was the go-between to Freeway Ricky Ross, the real Ricky Ross, not Rick Ross, the rapper who borrowed his name from this dude, but this actual dude who ran the Walmart of crack cocaine out in Los Angeles, California. And you can go look up Freeway Ricky Ross and listen to his story. It's truly an amazing dive down the rabbit hole if you ever get the chance. But yeah, he explains how, the CIA introduced crack into poor neighborhoods back in the day, and amazing stuff. I want to watch Mike Rupert confronts CIA Director John Deutsch. Yes. I'm going to play this for everyone in the audience. If you haven't seen this, every American in the country should watch this video at least once. This was a meeting that they were having out in Los Angeles.
Detective, and I work South Central Los Angeles, and I will tell you, Director Deutsch, emphatically and
can you speak further into the mic, sir? These mics don't seem to be.
I will tell you, Director Deutsch, as a former Los Angeles police narcotics detective, that the agency has dealt drugs throughout this country for a long time.
Yeah. So they had a town hall meeting with literally the director of the CIA came out there to quell rumors with the townspeople at this big public audience gathering, and because everyone's like, the CIA is dealing crack in the neighborhoods. That's we know, like, people were figured it out, and they realized what was going on, and they had questions about it. And the CIA showed up with John Deutsch there to deny all this, and he's there on stage. It's just great. This woman's terrible. She just interrupts and yells over everyone the whole time, and she's trying to let him speak, and he should have just let him speak instead of yelling over him and preventing him from speaking the entire time. It was pretty it's pretty insane. But yeah, he confronted them right on, went right up to them and said, I worked LAPD. This is Michael C. Rupert. He worked in drug investigations, and they tried to recruit him into the CIA to oversee agency drug operations in California, and he blew the whistle on all of it. He had a website called copvcia.com, Cop vs. CIA. And this guy, Director Deutsch, the CIA, he quit shortly after this. By the way,
you should immediately bring that information to wherever you want, but let me suggest 3 places: the Los Angeles Police Department,
so
Please. I'm sorry. Others want to hear this answer. I am sorry. Others want to hear this answer.
It is your choice: the Los Angeles Police Department, the Inspector General, or office of one of your Congress persons from this.
This is so funny. You know how big the drug money buyouts are, and how many people are getting paid as part of this, operation, and have been for decades. This is just insanity. Yeah, so the CIA dealt cocaine, and here you have all the evidence for it. I've shown pretty much where to get all the sources for this, shown the CIA denying it, telling them that they can go, telling the police officer who was head of narcotics for LAPD, who was trying to blow the whistle at this public hearing, that he can bring his evidence to the police department that he used to work for. This is how stupid they think the American public is. It's just absolute insanity what they've done in this country. It's criminal. And when you look at everything else, it's just, it just compiles, man. Anyways, let's get into some of the other stuff too, because it doesn't just end here. Now, does it? This was in the 1980s or 90s, 1996. That's when this was. 1996. They finally confronted the CIA on its drug agency dealing and operations. This is just outstanding stuff. I'm going to post the link again for those of you who just joined. You're watching Disclosure Tonight. So this is about UFO disclosure. This is about, government disclosure. We're going to talk about things that are, generally labeled as conspiracy theories and not talked about by the mainstream media, because this information is damning, and it's also essential to our, democratic republic, that people have access to this information and know what happened with all this history that's not talked about. It's not covered in the history books. This is not taught in secondary school. They don't teach you that, Gary Webb had, several hundred file boxes full of files on CIA drug agency drug operations from FOIA requests that he filed, most of which came back redacted, but he was still able to do the investigation and piece all this together and write his book, Dark Alliance, exposing the CIA did in fact, sell drugs. Oliver North was part of that operation. He testified before the Iran-Contra hearings. Deep State Operative, who then, was hired to become a Fox News military correspondent. People who know Oliver North was, right? Gary Webb, this guy right here, this gentleman who exposed all this, the good guy in the story, right? Oliver North, sorry. And yeah, the good guy in the story, that guy Gary. Whoops, sorry about that. I hit the back button on the StreamYard browser instead of this one. Sorry about that. They didn't off me yet. So there's a StreamYard link to join. You're watching Disclosure Tonight. Catastrophic Disclosure Live is the name of the show. And we're just encouraging people to jump on the stream, get information ready. If you want, just jump in, drop a link in the private chat and jump back off again. So I got some people in the background that want to join on. Gary Webb there, as I was talking about, Gary Webb here, this gentleman right here, killed himself by shooting himself twice in the back of the head. So CIA, a lot of people think the CIA was involved in that suicide. And possibly the Clintons, because, the Clintons were, linked to that whole Mena operation in Arkansas. Don't forget, Bill Clinton was the governor of Arkansas while all this was going on.
That's the movie that had Tom Cruise in it, right? Where they're smuggling all the drugs in through Arkansas.
There's a new movie. Yeah, Tom Cruise plays Barry Seal. That's correct. Yeah, so Tom Cruise plays the part of Barry Seal in that movie. He, he's a much better looking gentleman than Barry was. But yeah, that's based on a real story. There's another movie that came out also back in the day about this, and it's called Operation Air America. Right? Is that the name? Air America. CIA mercenaries over Laos. I think this is the movie. And in it, the guys in the movie come across this whole drug smuggling operation, and they try to blow the whistle on it to their commanders, right? And they say, all right, well, let's get all the evidence, and we're going to put you on a flight to back to Washington right now to go, to go get all
testify, only to magically never make it.
No. So what happens, right, is they take off and they're flying, and the military comes up and brings them down and brings them down at this airfield. And then when they search the plane, it's full of drugs. and they blame them as the drug smugglers. And they're like, oh, we found the bad apples. These were the guys who were doing it, and all the evidence was gone. Bye-bye. And those guys took the fall. They went right to jail, and they just faced charges, and they weren't allowed to talk to anybody because it was, or anything. And so that's like, they set them up to take the fall for the operation, the guys who were going to expose it. It's pretty messed up. But yeah, that happens. That probably happened. That probably happened, like realistically, you know what I mean? Which is
No
kind of
doubt
messed up.
about it. And it's like those are the lucky ones that are at least alive in jail. Usually, the plane just explodes. But when they have the chance to get two birds with one stone, they will definitely do it.
Yeah, they're smart. These people are working intelligence, and they know how to, operate these things. Josh Bartlett was, Josh, what's his name? Josh Bertrand. Josh Bertrand was on last night talking about the aerosol technology.
Are we still going to have him back on Friday at 7 p.m. Eastern?
Yeah, either tomorrow or Friday. He's going to come back on again. I still told him, give it a break, and we'll open up the lines to some other people and try to get some other people on here for disclosure tonight. And, if he can come back tomorrow, we'll see if we can get some other information. I sent this information to Gary Nolan and George Knapp, because, they posted this article back in 2018, 2019, right? I-Team races on to solve the mystery of this unknown material, right? So this is this unknown material, and it's a mystery, right? And the race has been on since 2018, 2019. I don't think there was ever a follow-up article where they were like, we solved it and we figured out where it came from. No one has. So it's up in the air, and it's, still promoted out there in some circles as UFO or alien technology, even though McWest said it was, industrial slag from a smelting process. And that's what it is said about it on Metabunk and stuff. But, there was this whole other presentation. Yeah, this is the one from Hal Puthoff where he goes over the metamaterial thing. So yeah, go watch this video if you can, with the presentation from Hal Puthoff on this, the structuring of this, and then go read this paper that Josh dropped last night. And I also encourage people to go send this paper to Gary Nolan as well, or find that tweet and bump it, or comment on it and like it, so that it gets shared. But yeah, this is the paper right here. You can find it by searching for that title, revealing the magnesium storage mechanisms in mesoporous bismuth via spectroscopy and ab initio simulations. So you got this bismuth magnesium bilayer. And this is very interesting stuff. It looks exactly like the material that was presented. I haven't seen any paper that has ever come this close to describing not only the physics behind how this, material and the mechanism operates, but also, the material itself. So this was huge for our huge success for our first disclosure tonight, man. I'm still skeptical of everything, as you have to be with something new like this comes out. But if this turns out to be legit with this paper and this material, then dude, we fucking solved George Knapp's mystery, and we cracked disclosure literally last night on our first night of Catastrophic Disclosure Live. So yeah, apparently he did, man. That was quite brave of him. I was hoping for something like this, and and we got it, man. I was super psyched when
it's only going to continue, right?
The only thing is, this came out in August 2020, and this is a Chinese patent, right? So if this is coming out, then this is something that they've been working on for a while, in secret. So this material could have been around since, it had to have been around since before this paper was published, So this paper is published by some people who are very interesting. These scientists is definitely people we should be looking into, and looking into the history, because this might lead us to the contractors, more information on the contractors and the programs in China, within CCP, that are building these drones, apparently, if that's really what it is. And that's why our military and others couldn't figure out what the hell was. But apparently it needed terror.
Really, we have them too, though. But like, I just couldn't see America and NATO being so aggressive if they've fallen that far behind in the technology wars, because we don't even have hypersonics yet. And those things do defend against hypersonics, so that would explain why they're not scared shitless about being so far behind on the hypersonics.
Yeah, this is pretty crazy stuff. I mean, our Pentagon and the military and then even the industry, production and manufacturing is in shambles thanks to the Chinese supply chains. Ever since COVID, they've been messed up and they've never been able to regain.
Outsourced everything to China, right?
The chip shortage, yes, all that. Yeah, and that's intentional. They're slowly trying to, it's a slow game to starve the US of our technology, so that we'll fall even further behind. So, you know, our Congress's inability to take this seriously is like unforgivable, because like the United States as you know it will not exist in 10 years, in another 10 years. It just
Maybe
won't.
5. Maybe 5.
Maybe
I was
even
actually
5.
thinking about this at work earlier today that I'm driving
Yes.
home from. I'm just like, I
So
think we might
patriotic
just have 5
Americans,
left.
that's why we're calling on all patriotic Americans. The government cannot save itself, dude. These people are way too like far gone to ever, you know, ever be able to legislate our way out of this problem. That became apparent during this whole UAP and DA, you know, Disclosure Act. It's not happening. So here's the StreamYard link to join, and we're encouraging, you know, citizens with legal information that can blow the whistle on disclosure to come forward. This is an illegal operation, and as far as I'm concerned, we're protected. And if they want to arrest me for leaking classified information through this live stream, then so be it, because we're sick and tired of this government lying to us and not giving us the truth and saying, oh, you know, here, we're going to put this records review board together for the JFK file, you know, and then in 25 years, we're going to release all the files, right? And did that ever happen? No, it never happened. That date for the deadline of 25 years came and went. And instead of us getting the files, the CIA headquarters got renamed the George Bush Center for Intelligence, as a smack in everyone's face that, yeah, the CIA, you know, a guy that worked, you know, the George Bush Center for Intelligence. So what if he was president? He was only CIA director for less than a year. And it was during the time that they were investigating the Kennedy assassination. And a guy in charge that can't remember where he was on November 22nd, 1963, a date that every American remembers where they were. Yeah, that's correct. George Bush was asked, and he said he could not remember where he was or what he was doing on November 22nd, 1963, the day Kennedy was killed. So who killed Kennedy?
Right?
You know?
I think we all know that answer.
So I read a book called Family of Secrets, and it revealed a lot of interesting information about the Bush dynasty, the whole Bush family. And I encourage every journalist and scholar to buy that book and read it, and interview Russ Baker on your channel as well. We're going to get Russ Baker on here to interview him at some point. It will happen. But yeah, Russ Baker, fantastic journalist. He was, I think he was in the New York Times. He's a main, you know, real serious investigator. He wrote this book called Family of Secrets, digging into, you know, why can't Bush remember where he was on November 22nd, 1963, and everything that happened. Yeah, he was in Texas. Yes, he was in Texas, and I'm not going to get into the details of what he was all doing, but I will tell you that go read that book in the chapter, because he talks about it. Barbara Bush's memoirs is where this is how Bush, you know, kind of got it out about where he was and what he was doing. Instead of coming out with an official statement, he had Barbara Bush publish this bit in her memoirs about, oh, the Kennedy assassination, and oh, it's just terrible what they did to that man. And we were meeting with a Mr. Zeppo, but it was actually Zeppa. She got the name wrong. And then she was also meeting with a guy who was Ulmer, right? was it Hans Ulmer? Bush meeting with Ulmer, 1963, right? So, yeah, Barbara's hair raising day. So she mentions going to get a haircut. Yeah, this is a good chapter. Go, people need to go read this and listen to what George Bush was doing on the day Kennedy was killed, if they want some interesting history. Yeah, this is just, they're covering this up and they're lying, and he pulls this all apart, talks about what George Bush was doing. You know, he was apparently giving a speech at the Kiwanis Club, which is like a bunch of old people, like 70 plus. So nobody would remember he was there, if it was him or some other guy saying that it was George Bush. You know what I mean? And all those people would be dead by the time the investigation came. It was, all set up. So Alfred Ulmer, Mrs. Alfred Ulmer, is who they were meeting with, right, that day. Alfred Ulmer, interesting guy. He was a expert in coup d'etats. Alfred Ulmer, L. Ulmer. This is the guy right here. American intelligence officer and an expert in coup d'etats. So I don't know what he was doing meeting with Ulmer, right the day of or the day before the assassination, but it's certainly super interesting when you look into the CIA files and what's been hidden from us. There's also something called the Parrott Memo. Has everyone heard of the Parrott Memo? So the Parrott Memo, another George Bush, right? So this would be yeah, so where was Poppy on November 22nd, 1963? Here's the article again on Russ Baker. You can go read this article on Russ Baker. Guys, this is key information in all this. It's been suppressed heavily. This should have been national news, but it's got, it just was in this book, and then people, like, not everybody reads this stuff, so a lot of people didn't know about it or forgot about it. But yeah, really interesting. This is the Warren Commission, the people that were hired to do the investigation of this whole thing. And of course, Gerald Ford was awarded with the presidency for his willingness to go along with the CIA's cover-up. It's obvious that there is a deep state that assassinated the democratically elected leader of this country in 1963, covered up all the connections between Lee Harvey Oswald, and then the people that rose to power over the next 60 years were all the people that were directly involved, all the people that had their hands, on the triggermen and put all this together. If you really do the investigation into it, the CIA operation of the Bay of Pigs was codenamed Operation Zapata, and that was Zapata Oil was Bush's oil company. He was very bad at picking code names for these secret operations, apparently, because it just it blows the whole thing way out of the water there. But somehow despite that, and despite the fact that he wrote this Parrott Memo to the FBI saying George Bush of the Central Intelligence Agency believes that James Parrott's going to kill the president. Why would he call in the FBI and file and make that report? So they have a report of it, and it came out later, and George Bush denied it, said, oh, it must be another George Bush. And then they went and said they did an investigation, and they found there was another George Bush at the CIA, and they think it was him. But, LBJ, of course, hated Kennedy. Lyndon Baines Johnson was the vice president for Kennedy on the ticket to the presidency, but he's a Texas guy. He knew that he wasn't that Kennedy was gonna get elected for a second term, and that he was not going to be very popular after that, and that he was not going to get a chance at the presidency unless they took Kennedy out. That was the only way he was going to get to become president. Lyndon Johnson, yeah, just an interesting an interesting history there with the men who killed Kennedy, and it's sad that our nation did this and came to this. There was there's a photo of him taking over, LBJ swearing in, and there's one photo that was hidden. So one of the photos, there's the guy. One of the guys is apparently I forget who it was, but I think it's his. I think it's. I'm not going to get into that because I don't know. I don't know what. But apparently, there's one photo where they're flashing a sign to one another during that swearing in after Kennedy was killed. So yeah, it's horrible, man. It's horrible what they've done to this country. These people took power those many years ago, and then what have they done since? Let's get into it. And this is why more and more people in the military, more and more people inside the government who work for these programs, all the scientists, the people who do this type of research for the government, more of them are coming forward all the time to blow the whistle on these operations because they realize what the CIA has, what the people who are in charge of this have done. And when you look at, places like Area 51, where all this classified research goes on, right? The main contractor out at Area 51 is a company called EG&G, right? People have heard the Bob Lazar story. You've heard of EG&G, right? So if you look up the history of EG&G, you'll learn that EG&G, from 1999 until 2001, EG&G was wholly owned by the Carlyle Group. The Carlyle Group. Where have we heard of that before? Oh, I heard about that in a documentary by Michael Moore called Fahrenheit 9/11. Where he was talking about how the Carlyle Group held its annual meetings always on September 11th. Every year was the date that they would hold their annual meetings every single year. And where would they hold those meetings? In suites at the Watergate Hotel, which were owned by the Saudi embassy. That's an interesting place to hold your annual meeting, wouldn't you say? An interesting date, 9/11 every year, to hold your annual meeting on 9/11 every year
It's like,
in a suite owned by the Saudi embassy at the Watergate?
like what?
What?
Like face smash. What?
Yeah, that's
evidence right there,
like,
like
wait a minute. So these guys went and they bought out all the, so then Frank Carlucci is the guy who, one of the heads of this Carlyle Group. I don't know if they called it Carlyle or after Carlucci, but yeah, he was chairman of the Carlyle Group later on, and lots of these guys are involved in all this deep state black programs. If you really do the research into who these people are and what they do, and you look up who was director of the CIA on 9/11. There was a guy named George Tenet, right? And George Tenet, in addition, to basically fracturing the CIA intelligence apparatus to prevent 9/11 intelligence from the Able Danger and other terrorist tracking programs from reaching the right hands and stopping 9/11. Literally, George Tenet, helped the 9/11 hijackers succeed in this country. If you look into the intelligence, right? He left the CIA in 2006, I believe, 2008, maybe, a couple of years after 9/11, he leaves the CIA, and George Tenet goes to work for a company that does metamaterials research. And that's where he is now. He's probably doing securities for some high-tech metamaterials technologies, so he left to go work for a company over in the UK that does metamaterials. So I think I forget the name of the company, but it's the top metamaterials researcher for the UK. And I think that has a lot more to do with these UFOs that we see flying around here than anything else. And all this information that's come out with thanks to Josh there. Also, Brett Tingley, this was an excellent dump that happened in 2020, November 2020. The dump on the Lake Marabou technology, the Kevin Kremer patents, and all the hypersonics that they use directed energy laser weapons to create these hypersonic, supercavitating ICBMs and stuff like that. It's this technology is nuts. It's Mach 10 plus. You could just remove all the air, and thus all the air resistance in front of the craft, so you can just fly through an evacuated tunnel at breakneck speeds without the air resistance or the heat production that is normally associated with those types of Mach 10 plus travel, where your nose cone melts from the friction of the air molecules hitting it, right? So we have, I've given up on it. We had the call in Congress. Maybe it's worth it to call them in and tell them how you feel. I would do it just to, get it off my chest. But at this point, we really need to find a way to get this message out and this information out to larger groups of people, because that seems to be the big problem with the acceptance of a lot of this when you start doing the investigations into all this. So these guys, the intelligence community and these top contractors that work on all this UFO technology and this big deep state companies that own them and bought them out, they're never going to reveal these secrets, guys. I hate to tell you that they're bigger than the government, like way bigger, and they're not ever gonna just no amount of legislation or investigation.
Right, it's an international, like trans corporation technocracy that has taken over, and that
yes.
Now, how do we fight against it? Right, it's like they control all the governments and dictate to them, and it's an evil that needs to end.
So this is where it's at right now. I don't know if people there used to be this video game I used to play way back in the day called Rise of the Triad. Do you remember that one?
I don't know if I actually ever played that one.
It was kind of like it was like way back in the early days of like Doom and like right before Quake came out and Hexen and those kind of games. So it's like it was right after like Doom, they came out with this game called Rise of the Triad. And
I remember the name of it.
In it, the Nazis had, it was basically the American paperclip Nazis that had come back and taken over. And I thought that was, this is kind of crazy, because Triad is the name of this, company now. You got Texas A&M, University of California, and Battelle teaming up with these other and then the maps the maps that Josh has shared on Twitter of these companies, it's just like, you're looking at the stovepipe, baby. When you talk about stovepiped operations, well, this is what the stovepipe looks like, brother. You know what I mean? This is just great, man. And thank you so much for this, Josh, to help illustrate for the American public just how fractionalized and compartmentalized this national, defense, secret physics infrastructure is that develops all these technologies in the secret for the government. I thought that this was, thank you for that, Josh. This is just great. This is just great information, man. Yeah, I'll post the link to this in the page so people can go download that. Here's a link to that. People want to go download that on Twitter, or just follow UFO Korea_UFO at Korea_UFO is Josh's YouTube, is his Twitter account, and he's posting. He's going full Edward Snowden, dude. UFO Snowden. right, on the UFO file. And this is exactly what we asked for. We asked for any contractors out there with the intel. You know, the government's never going to give it up, or if they're going to do it, they're going to put a deadline in 20 years, and they're going to keep us in the dark on all this stuff while they tell us it's aliens, and hire these ridiculous government spooks to go and do Bigfoot and Dino Beaver investigations out at Skinwalker Ranch, to distract the American public from all the reality of where our missing trillions of dollars have gone, you know, for the last 2 decades since 9/11, the day before, where Donald Rumsfeld announced that 2.3 trillion was missing and unaccounted for. That number is probably 10 to 20 times that now, believe it or not. That's how much money is missing. So yeah, I hope you don't either, brother. It's just keep in touch, man. Every day, I want like a dead man switch to make sure you're all right. Just check in with me daily now, brother, because we're really worried for you. A lot of people are really worried for you and keeping an eye on you. I stuck my neck out doing this this broadcast here, and even putting together Catastrophic Disclosure Live, and
right? Like I was thinking this at work today, Jeremy. I'm like, man, are they gonna like try to pull Edward Snowden on us, sort of stuff, or like Julian Assange on us? And
yeah,
we're
gonna get Julian Assange.
Jeremy's in the U.S. I'm in Canada, so if anything, I might like get the oh goodness, Gary McKinnon style of treatment. And you're really risking your neck out there in the U.S., well, but it needs to happen.
Listen,
and
I'm just going to let everyone know.
It's true. Don't be
afraid. Do not be afraid. There's nothing to fear, because what's going to happen if this doesn't come out, and these criminal psychopaths that murdered a sitting president, okay, they're murderers. They're rat bastards. They deal drugs. Like all the worst scumbag people that you know in society have not done nearly as bad of things as the CIA has done, documented.
Whoa.
Okay, the worst people that you can imagine out there, gangsters that like organized crime cartels that murder people, like, you know what I mean? Like, people need to wake up. Like, this is what we're fighting against. It's pure evil. And the only thing that fights pure evil is light and bravery. Everyone needs to just come out.
Hey, what's up, Jeremy?
What's up? We're opening lines, guys. Anyone can jump on and share information.
I wanted to share something from my family real quick, if you don't mind.
Absolutely. You were from Arkansas, right? So
yeah, dude. So my uncle, if you would like to type this up on the screen, you can type in Arkansas Troopergate.
Yeah. Troopergate.
Yeah, and you can type in, my uncle's name is Roger Perry, and he was a state trooper who was he worked directly with the Clintons. And he went on Leno and everything, and Roger Perry's his name, and he worked with the Clintons. And so I grew up with my cousin going to the Clintons' house and like watching porno with Bill as a kid, and them getting women for Hillary, and the whole Mena, Arkansas thing. If you look up Mena, Arkansas, it's all redacted, and the name that's redacted is whose name? Bill Clinton, because he was the governor at the time, and he was allowing that to happen in Mena. Yeah. They were flying planes low, they were dropping it there, and that's also when the Boys on the Tracks happened. Yeah. And so it's all real, and that's really the thing for me. Is so my uncle was really big into all the secret shit, you know, and when Clinton burned him by not taking him to the White House with him, he flipped on him, and a whole bunch of other troopers did, and they did Troopergate. And he was so high up in the state troopers here that when I went to get my driver's license, they just took me in there and said, "Give this man a driver's license." I never even took the test. And he was big top dog in the state troopers. And he opened up a pawn shop called All Seasons Pawn and Loan after there, and he used to have FBI and CIA agents that were retired like him, that he knew from whenever he was an officer, come, and they would work on joint cases, come in all the fucking time. And there was this one time where we were sitting in there in the office, And this dude from the FBI came in, and I said, "Hey, what happened to Kennedy?" And he just looked at me and said, "Yeah, we killed him." I was like, "Oh." He's like, "Yeah, we killed him. Your government killed him." And he also said that that's when your government died. That's when it all became an inner thing, like it's this dark, like organization type shit. So,
Yeah.
and I think it's ridiculous. I mean, I know this firsthand, and I believe every word of it. Like I said, and he's still a great man. He's way up there in years now, but he's always been really truthful about it because he didn't get in, and he whistle blew, and it kind of raised me knowing that these guys, they keep stuff from you. They all are together. And when Kennedy died, man, just look at it. We haven't had a great president literally since. I mean, no one who's ever given a crap. No one who gets in office.
Carter actually put solar panels on the White House, and then as soon as George H.W. Bush got in, he took them off.
Carter tried, but he was too weak backboned.
Figureheads since that time.
Yeah, and that's the thing too, is everyone's tricked, and they think that these people are going to be for them. They don't care about you. They don't care about your bills. They'll lower the gas prices, which, by the way, has nothing to do with the president. And I just want to say it's not so hard to believe, right? I mean, show us Epstein's list. I mean, there's a chick in jail for it right now, but where are the names?
Yeah,
yes, Epstein didn't kill himself.
She's the only person to be convicted of child trafficking, sex trafficking children to nobody.
But that's what I wanted to add, Jeremy, before I go to bed for work. But I just wanted to add that, brother.
I appreciate that, Shane. Man, that's some key info, and I know that hits home. I wish more people that knew, that have personal connections to these events and characters and situations would call in and share that. That's awesome. I'm so glad you at least just chimed in with that, man, because that connects some of this stuff and makes it more personal for people to realize, yeah, this happened. This is how Bill Clinton got in the presidency.
Dude, he killed 2 kids. He killed 2 kids on a train track over drugs.
Yeah.
And look up the 2 boys on the tracks, man. Those poor kids were shot to death and laid on a track with a tarp over them, and a train hit them. And the blood was so clotted because they were dead for so long that all the people, the forensics knew it was fake. They were killed. All the witnesses were killed. And then Bill Clinton's name's all over it. I mean, and that's in Mena, Arkansas. And that's why? Because they were dropping cocaine on the fucking train tracks.
I don't care who you are, but nobody has 26 friends who all killed themselves.
No. There was that one kid who literally said, "I'm going to be killed," and he saved up enough money for his own funeral, and then 2 weeks later was hit while riding his motorcycle.
Well, that's our government, man. It's sad. People, how do you call in? Please, let's get some more people on the rotation. Thank you so much for stopping by.
Hey, Jeremy, I took a look at that article regarding the magnesium bismuth thing.
Yeah.
So they were saying mesoporous bismuth. I don't.
Bring it up.
And also they were. Do you have the PDF, by the way?
Yeah, I do.
Oh, excellent. Yeah, let's take a look at the PDF of it real quick.
So to get the PDF, you go down to the supporting information. You click this.
Oh, hey, cool. It's right there. Oh, that's the supporting information, not the. No, that's not the same thing as the article itself. But
this isn't the PDF. Okay, that's not the actual article.
No, supporting information isn't the same thing as the article, but it'll do. I'll go grab it. 1 minute.
Yeah, I mean, I have this for now. That's what the only PDF I could find. I think is it behind a paywall or something? You gotta have like an account. I'm sure you can get it if you have the student account and everything on. I gotta reset up my APS membership so that I can get access again.
I gotta figure out my college stuff.
Yeah, it was all under my college email, and I haven't used that for so long, so it's hard for me to get access to academic papers so that are behind paywalls. So I like that archive has a lot of stuff. But anyways, if you could bring it up on your screen or either that or send it a link to me on a Google Drive in the private chat.
I'm just looking at it right here real quick. Mesoporous bismuth does not sound like it's equivalent to the other material. I'll just be a moment. Go ahead and talk about other things. I'm reading it right now. Ooh.
All right, so that would be It sounds interesting because the layered bismuth and magnesium in those ratios, but is it possible that this material could have been crushed somehow, or deformed, and to make it that?
No, so he's misunderstanding this article in the first place. This is for magnesium ion batteries, so it's not an aerogel as far as I know. They may be using.
He's not talking
bismuth.
about that. You're misunderstanding him. He's talking about the aerogel craft, and then the very surface of the aerogel is sprayed with layers of materials.
No,
I
that's
don't
not
know
what this is.
exactly what he's talking about. I've created layers of it in some of my electrolysis experiments.
Well, but this isn't that. Like, this paper isn't describing that. It's describing magnesium ion batteries, not also an aerogel, but just magnesium ion batteries. Anyway, just looking at it. Ooh, cool! They were using THF aluminum chloride. That's a good electrolyte. We should make batteries with that. Let's see. Diffusion profiles. They got the spectrometry. Oh, they got micrographs. Okay, yeah. So this, if you look at the microstructure here, okay, so there's sort of 5 micron layers, but yeah, I mean, the microstructure doesn't match here. These are, oh, interesting, bismuth oxyiodide crystals. And they're grown in this shape here. They have a lot of porosity because they're going to be reacted with the magnesium.
Yeah,
and
it'd be
then
great.
They're in these nanotube structures, correct?
No, not really. They're these little rosettes of crystals that are interlocking. That gives it even more surface area. It's a micron scale thing. It's 5 micrometers across, roughly. So let's see. There's the THF and the aluminum and the magnesium. They've got some band structures, and they're showing that the stuff's conductive.
Again, Michael, I was hoping to save this for when Josh would come back on tomorrow or the next day, where he can actually, defend his position, because he's watching. He's feeling a little bit under the weather.
Gotcha. Well, we'll talk. I'm sure.
Let's dig into this a little bit deeper. All right, I'll go back. We'll take a day.
Anyway, it's battery testing. So yeah, I mean, it is a power source. It is a battery. That they're describing here.
So he's saying that was maybe part of what he was saying, is that this forms the battery outer shell of it.
Yeah, that you just shine light on it. It makes juice.
No. So that's that's the black silicon. That's a different thing. So that's a photovoltaic thing. You basically if you coat a surface, or if you etch a silicon surface, a polycrystalline silicon surface, I believe. Or you vapor deposit the silicon the right way. There's a bunch of ways of doing it, but if you get silicon with these tiny little micro bumps, then optically it looks very dark because it absorbs most of the photons that hit it. So that's a different effect, and you just use that as a photovoltaic. And if you have an aerogel structure, then you heat up the Knudsen pumps, which can be very lightweight and solid state. Then you can have a fully solid state system that's photovoltaic that heats up this device. That's kind of the idea, I think. As for the magnesium ion batteries, they would be very lightweight, but I don't see them being aerogel under any circumstances. There may be a bismuth gel, but it's fully filled up with magnesium metal during operation, unless it's like fully discharged.
Well,
so we'll talk about it tomorrow anyway.
Yeah, and I'd love to. This is interesting enough that if
one big question I do have here is, this highly porous structure here. I mean, this is the bismuth.
This is the coating on the outside of these strands, right? This
bismuth oxyiodide. Maybe it's on the strands. It's a little bit unclear. I think those strands might be it's carbon cloth. The strands are carbon cloth. That makes sense because lighter weight atoms will not reflect as much electron density, or they won't reflect as many electrons during scanning electron microscopy. So they'll like carbon, boron, all of these really lightweight atoms look darker under scanning electron microscopy.
Yeah,
And
anyone who has
also it's
any
probably electrically conductive. So so you've got carbon fiber cloth and is a conductive carbon, and you have bismuth oxyiodide crystals on top of the carbon, and then you electrochemically reduce that into little sheets of bismuth. But they're all the sheets of bismuth are oriented all random directions on the surface of the carbon cloth.
right.
So there's no way. It's an interesting idea. I just don't think that the description of the like the bismuth magnesium multi-layer material, it's just nothing like this. It's there's many differences. It's a bit speculative.
Yeah, I'd like to see something, what I really want to see is a paper from before 2018, whenever they first off, I asked Gary Nolan for the chain of custody of this actual piece, so we can kind of like get a sense
That'd be
of
neat. Yeah.
get a sense of where it first came from. And then we got to find papers that talk about it, not from 2020 like this paper, but something before when that was
I mean,
found.
like if it went through Battelle or some other university or institution, maybe they publish something similar around that time frame. That's the hope. Yeah. Anyway, that's just my take on it. I think, I mean, if you're an aerogel specialist, it's the situation where like every if you have a hammer, every problem looks like a nail. Like maybe it is aerogel. I mean, the likelihood that it is all based on aerogel technology entirely is kind of small. I mean, I think the vacuum airship concept with aerogel is plausible, and if it hasn't already been done, it's certainly worth trying. Anyway, that's about it. That's all I've got today.
Das ist Deutsch.
Anyway,
So
Yeah,
keep
I
up the good
actually,
work, Jeremy.
I don't know if you can hear me.
Thanks,
I have
thanks
an
for your
interesting.
input, Michael. That's invaluable coming from a material scientist such as yourself to look at this and kind of, because I only get so much out of this. And if you have the other paper too, I'd like to see that because this seems to be the supporting evidence, but the other one has that. The other one, look, I mean, it's got this.
I mean, the supporting evidence should have all of the details of how to make the stuff and what the stuff is, sort of.
Yeah.
I mean, the article itself will have the results that they got out of it, but supporting info will tell you how to make the thing. And I mean, the thing that it's showing them making doesn't look like the bismuth layered metamaterial thing, or only vaguely does. And it's got carbon fiber running through it too. So I don't know.
Right, that adds an extra layer of dimension for sure.
I mean, I
looks like
imagine
there's
if
more
you-
people trying to join in here, so I'll just hop out for a minute and then also let some people say their pieces quick and then make room for others because this
I
is
bet it's a
open
bit too.
disclosure and we want to keep the lines open. So
Yeah, let's keep the lines open. I got people backstage trying to join in, and if you're,
Yeah, I'm gonna drop down too, Jeremy. You have a good night, brother. Good show.
thank you, Shane. Thank you too. Yeah, so if you're trying to join and you're getting an error message that's full, just keep hammering that link. You'll get in. You'll get in. We're gonna make room for people. Every 5 minutes, we're gonna kick guests out, and we're gonna bring new people in. So give everyone a turn tonight. This is Catastrophic Disclosure Live. You're watching. I'm your host, Jeremy Riss, the alien scientist. And this is our response to the Schumer Amendment and the UAP Disclosure Act getting blocked by Congress. So we're asking the members of the public, the white hats, come out and reveal what the dark hats are doing, man. There's trillions of dollars missing in these black budget technologies programs. And
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to jump in. I actually have some very interesting things to share, a story to tell, as well as evidence. And I do legal research, and I'm a computer scientist. I approach things in a very technical, kind of scientific way. And one of the things that I realized in the study of law is that there's this thing called UN space law. And UN space law says that everything that goes into space must be registered, which of course is interesting because, satellites and rockets and all that, it's all has to be registered. Elon Musk, his rockets have to be registered when it goes up there. Now, if they have anti-gravity spacecraft, they must be registered. And this makes sense because airplanes are registered and certified, helicopters are registered and cars, cats and dogs, marriages are certified and registered, airwaves are registered, humans are registered by birth certificates. So it makes a lot of sense that if they have these things, then they have to be registered. And even basically,
where do I get my UFO license? Is there a registry?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking, right? And so what I did was I called up the FAA and I said, "Hey, look, I have one of these craft." Now I was LARPing, and I'm very clear. I don't have one of these craft, but I was pretending like I did to find out what do we do? How do we register these things, right? Like if I have one, what do I have to do? And this is public. This is all, they have to tell us this stuff because they've told us in United Nations that everything that goes into space has to be registered. So who does it? Okay, so what I did is I have the recording of the FAA when I called them and I asked them, "Hey, I have this anti-gravity spacecraft. I need the tail number for it. And can you give me the tail number?" And they were like, let me go talk to one of the FAA examiners. And the person came back and said, "Well, the FAA examiner said that we don't register crafts that go into space. NASA does that. Let me tell you NASA's customer service number." And I was like,
never.
NASA has a customer service number? Like, how Men in Black is that, right? So what I decided to do, of course, was call the customer service number at NASA, telling them, "Hey, I have this spacecraft I need to register." Once a day, I left a message, just a voicemail box. You can find the number online. I didn't know it at the time. It's online. You can find it. You can call. It's voicemail box. I left a message once a day, 30 days, no callback. I'm not going to leave it there. So as a common law lawyer, I don't have a license or anything, but just, I know enough about law. So I called up NASA's general counsel and I was like, "I need to register this. You guys know what the law is. Show me the form." There's a form for this. Like, there's a form for doing airplanes and helicopters and cars. Show me the form. Yeah, show me the form. And so, I called up and they kind of just did this like weird shuffling. And the first call didn't get through, second call didn't. Finally, on the third call at their general counsel, they finally put me through with an intellectual property. Yes, the third time. They finally put me through the third time's a charm, right? So they put me through to the intellectual property attorney, which of course they're going to have classified clearance. There's no doubt in my mind that they have clearance for looking at these patents, right? So, and he would know what the programs are and how they work and what, at least some of the nuances of these laws, especially UN space law, but he wasn't at his desk. So just like before, I left a message and I'm like, "Hey, I'm selling," like the way it was framed is, "I'm selling my anti-gravity spacecraft to my brother and we need to register it." Yeah, and I need to register it. Here's my number. Oh, and one last thing. If you don't let me register it, I'm going to take this registration of my vehicle, my anti-gravity vehicle, to Russia or China. So there was kind of like a dead man switch there, right? Like you guys don't have an option to not tell me this stuff because there's other countries that will, take this technology, look at it, take it apart, register it, certify it, yada, yada. It's UN space law. So the next day I get a call back from the NASA chief of security. Okay, I get a call back from NASA's chief of security. And I let it go to voicemail, and the voicemail, and it's in the video description, but I immediately, because the last tail end of the voicemail from him kind of is like, well, I'm looking forward to dealing with you. I'm like, whoa, these people probably now have a security file on me, and pronto, and oh boy. So I posted it on my channel immediately. This is all before AI voice changes. I didn't know who this guy was. I recognized the number as being from NASA, because of it's a 212, and then there's a couple things. And I was like, I know this number. I'm just going to let it go to voicemail. And that's the voicemail on my channel, GovCorp Watch, episode 10. It's NASA Chief of Security disclosing that they have and register anti-gravity technology. Why would they register these things if they didn't have it?
For sizzle manizzle, they have it.
They have it, right? So and of course, Stephen Greer, I'm not saying whether he knows or not, but he says October, 1954, they did gravity. But I have a couple questions now. Show me the form. Show me the form. Okay, when did they start registering these crafts? How many are registered? What are the makes and models and ID numbers, and who owns them? What other technology is behind it? And why aren't they releasing this technology for saving climate change when they have it? They have it. We know they have it. They've admitted that they've had this. And I got this out there probably about 5 years ago, and it's been sitting out there. I mean, it's gotten some views, but this is huge disclosure from NASA themselves. NASA Chief of Security.
Shit.
Yeah,
it's incredible that they would. I mean, this is the chink in the classified armor to get this out there, And I think this. I mean, and it's just simply a matter of how law applies to the situation of if you have anti-gravity vehicles. That of course they would have to be registered. Right?
I want a hoverboard.
Yeah, show me. And I mean, the backstory behind that is just wild. They stole my car, and I kind of used the theft of my car to say, okay, well, I need to get value from it. So I got them to get this, disclose this stuff in this interesting way. But I mean, that's all backstory. So, they have this technology. I have these questions. I think we should all be basically nailing them on this. And I mean, what's even more bizarre, and I'll wrap it up and I'll let you get going here, which is I went on Twitter after I disclosed this, posting it, and this was right before Space Force went public, was signed into law. And what happened was absolutely nuts to me, because Space Force had a Twitter account before they were official. And I went on there and was railing them, hey, you guys have this technology. Why aren't you disclosing it? And I was like, you guys need to start coming out with this stuff.
Yeah.
And I got a direct message, private message on Twitter from the U.S. Space Force before it was the U.S. Space Force. I have the screenshot of this. And they threatened me, you better watch what you say. And I was like,
are you threatening me? I need UAP for my phone.
Yeah, it was, and I'm just an armchair researcher, right? But I mean, I know a little bit about law, so I can be useful when it comes to UN space law. But I mean, this is real. This is valid. It's right. I've posted the evidence. It's there. You can look at it. It's on my channel.
What's your channel, brother?
It's GovCorp Watch. And if you look up, it's episode 10, DMV of space. NASA is the DMV of space, which, I mean, right, it kind of makes sense. And they're leaking the certification requirements for the registration of anti-gravity vehicles.
Is this you, brother?
That's it. Yep. I just did a couple of new episodes for episode 19, which is really fun about game. If you do gaming on EULAs, the EULAs after 30 days take all of your rights. So that's fun. There's a lot of really cool, funny memes in there. There's another episode I just did about the taxpayer money myth. And we all talk about how our taxpayer money goes to all these secret technologies, but there's no taxpayer money. like all of it is stolen by the deep state, and that's what my episode 18 is about. So we can talk all day about, oh well, they're using our taxpayer money for war and for.
Hey, brother, you're not going to copyright strike me if I play this
No,
56-second
please.
video, right?
Please go for it.
Copyright strike.
All right, so you own rights to this video, right? I'm not.
This is the audio directly from the cell phone. All I did was I pushed record and I pushed play, and this is what it was. Yes.
All right, let's listen to this live. All right, everybody mute. We're gonna play this.
Hey, Brad. This is NASA calling. We'd hate to go into default, so why don't you give me a call, 202-358-7322, and I'll give you my email address. I need proof of airworthiness of your craft, spaceworthiness, ability to remain in low Earth orbit, ability to go into outer space, all that stuff. I need documentation from you. Once again, Paul Radmush. I'm the Chief of Security here at headquarters. 202-358-7322. I look forward to dealing with you. Thank you.
All that stuff. Want all that stuff. I want all that stuff.
This was before AI. This was before AI. This is like 5 years ago, before they could do AI on
burn eye.
Yeah, no, I believe that, man. Holy crap, that sounded.
Yeah, he was pissed. He was pissed. He didn't want to be saying that stuff.
That's what I'm saying. More sounds like a standard line that they use for anyone that's built their own shit and is about to go out potentially. I don't know. That was
right,
just
guys, there you
weird.
are, man. Please make that clip, make that go viral. And get GovCorp Watch. I'm gonna get you on. I'm gonna recommend you to Ian Crossland. See if you can get you on Tim Pool to talk about your work.
That would be great.
Yeah, we got to get you out there, brother. You're criminally underviewed. Everybody go to Government Corp Watch his channel and hit that subscribe button. Show this guy your support, man. Thank you so much for coming on Total Disclosure Live.
Thank you for taking my call. I do think this is one of the most amazing voicemails. I mean, I wouldn't believe it if it didn't happen to me. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. It blows my
You're
mind.
a genius for that approach and calling them up like that, man. You caught them
like
totally.
A boss.
You
like
got
a
them
boss.
to the balls with that. Man.
Like a
Thank
boss.
you. It's the Taoist in me. It's being present, right? It's just simply applying law to
for the realness.
Law.
For the
right?
realness.
It's being grounded. Yeah.
Out there for the realness.
Thank you. Thank you. So I appreciate it, and you if you want to contact me, you know how to on my channel. I have a blog as well that you can find. I usually post it on my videos. It's on my channel as well. The blog has thousands and thousands of pages of my own work, as well as just stuff that I wanted to capture, because you know how stuff goes away off of the web or changes, and I want to capture some of that stuff. So I used it, my blog, as a way of documenting how things have changed. Hello, 1984.
81.
Dude, this is the people out there are saying that we planned this this is a puppet show and we planned all this. No, dude.
This is not a puppet show. This is, I mean, this this is 5 years ago.
Before this day. Guys, StreamYard links there if you want to jump on and share. If you got better information than people jumping on and they got to share, you can jump on. But I think we should dive into some more of this.
Quickly pulling up Ashton Forbes' stream right now. There's some mind-blowing shit
yes, man.
that got shared with him today, showing screenshots of what apparently is a government agent sending him original files proving the satellites and all this crazy shit. It's actually nuts what is going on right now, what he's sharing.
I'd like to see what's going on with that. It just seems like that was kind of, I just don't know about what that whole thing is, dude.
Right?
It's just so weird that all appeared right. everyone's saying it's fake and that it's a psyop distraction from the UAPDA, that it would because it came out the same time as all this important legislation and kind of took people for a ride. I mean, there's so much stuff
What's
that we
really,
don't
really
know about.
crazy about it is it seems there's like a bigger and bigger like official debunk attempt every 2
Right.
days, and then it's like that debunk gets debunked the next day, and then it keeps continuing on. And then
Yeah, I thought it was so done a
he's
while
literally
back.
showing what seems to be screenshots from government computers of the actual source
Debunked,
file
debunked,
of the
rebunked,
satellites and
slam
all
dunk.
Well, dude, it's like I don't even want to get into it because it's just it seems like another wedge that they're trying to just drive in the UFO community over disagreements and stuff. And hey, I'm just all for investigating the government and them supplying answers about all this stuff. You know, there's enough distractions with football and celebrities and the Kardashians to keep people, you know. These are real problems. I mean, nobody knows what happens
if that ends up to be real, which
and we now know. I mean, at least in my view, given that I have heard directly from NASA that this stuff is there, it is disclosed that there is a program for registering these craft. It makes sense to me that this stuff is there, and we should be railing them and pulling them out. And they are pulling some kind of weird psyop on a lot of this stuff, and because they don't want to say it, they don't want to tell us what they're doing or what's going on. I mean, they have a lot of power in the technology and holding it back and holding it from us, as well as you have to remember that there's a funding issue as well, which is that they have not been funding any of the research in the direction of these technologies, which is a pretty big farce in terms of higher education, right? So like they're manipulating the budgets, the grants, the funding for research at a higher level. It's all classified, it's all on the backside, and I think is that, you know, where is the money going?
I think
Catherine
there's
Austin
a hidden
Fitz says
hand that's
22 trillion.
manipulating the whole disclosure process and putting this UFO theater on for the public as well. Because nowhere in the conversation is anything about the technology. And what we don't need, I don't need more David Grush. We need UFO Snowden.
Yeah, and I think, you know, to me, like I said, having NASA chief of security say those things is, I mean, it's so blatantly obvious once that is pulled apart, dissected, and, if you will, integrated into some of the deeper ways of thinking, it becomes really obvious of what that is. And, you know, someone was talking about that's, you know, NASA's faking space, and I don't know if they actually fake space, but AI did actually say that the AI did a processing on
that the moon,
the
some
moon
of the
pictures,
images are
the moon
fake.
pictures were fake, right? Which is like kind of mind blowing. I mean, I don't know. I can't say whether that's true or not. I mean, if that is true, I think that's pretty wild.
But see, if it's saying some, then I think it might be actually verifying my theory that they pre-recorded and shot it before going up, and then they just played clips every time aliens or something else freaking showed itself, and or had it as a backup, you know, source thing. And well, if you've ever heard the lost recordings or like the back channel radio recordings of the supposed missions, when they're talking about bogeys next to them and all sorts of weird shit.
The French scientist who, when she came back and she was like an astronaut, one time she said, when she tried to kill herself, she said, "I have to warn the Earth." Nobody never got her to ask and answer why, from what, but she was serious business. She was in the government in France, and she also was like an astronaut. Damn. Cassiopeia mission.
Guys, if you are a whistleblower, we're looking for UFO Snowden. UFO Snowden, where are you? If you're out there, there's the link to join. Jump on.
Join it.
Come on, let's hear it. I want someone to be like, hey, look, we're live right here in the Blue Room at Wright-Patterson. Here's the
disclosure is right here.
Bodies. Here's the craft. You know, someone can do it. Someone out there.
A real someone, not Bob Lazar kind of style. A real someone, come out. It's the right time.
Now's the time before they completely like shut down freedom of speech and everything else. And they're already. I really think that at this point there's so much real information coming out. They're probably so scared they're going to start World War III and just send the entire globe into chaos. Like
time is ticking. Time is ticking.
Time's
No more
ticking.
tic-tac tactics.
Time is ticking. These elites are psychopathic. They're going to start World War III, and it's going to be
They will.
it's going to be over. That's your window is going to be closed.
Right, like we're literally like killing
We are-
ethnic Russians on ethnic Russian lands on their border. You can't get closer to
One
World War
humanity,
III
human beings,
than
one worldwide
If you're not ready
nation.
tonight,
China,
if you're
right?
not ready to jump on tonight, there's tomorrow
You
night
know-
and the night after that, and we're going to be doing Total Disclosure Live every night until the goddamn government comes clean.
My hope was really that I mean, I'm against war. I think it's ridiculous at this time. It's 2023. We shouldn't be where we are regarding those kinds of things anymore. I want to get a little bit deeper
Close
into
to game
some of those
over.
disclosure. I have some really interesting news about that regarding the United Nations and some other things. I mean, it's not just space law, but other disclosure is very interesting. But my hope was that if Russia is really going to attack Ukraine in the way that they have,
And
I mean,
Poland and Germany. Oh shit.
yeah. Well, what I was thinking, at least my, I'm not projecting. What I was projecting in my thinking was that should it actually escalate and get worse? And, is that a possibility? Yes. My hope is that if and should the worst case actually happen where it starts to get worse, Russia will actually start using some of their more advanced technologies and
China.
forcing that disclosure of anti-gravity
front
missiles, right?
More
So
weapons.
using that as a context, using war as a context to get some of these things out and to win their what they're doing to stop
all the time about how much money the black industry and the war machine makes from selling old weapons to Ukraine and getting new weapons and new kind of candy. That's what they promoted on the television like 2 days ago and now on and in Russia.
The whole idea of the hundreds of billions of dollars that the United States has given Ukraine, it's really just a bailout of the military-industrial complex that they, again, don't freaking need. And I think,
Putin is a djinn. Putin is a djinn, and that's dangerous.
I'm not saying he isn't. Okay, I don't think he actually has. He doesn't want to take over all of Ukraine. I think he just is trying to protect a little portion of Ukraine.
Exactly. It came out that the Ukrainian officials a couple days ago stated that they had reached peace agreements in Turkey signed with Russia in the first month, and that all they were asking for was Ukraine to be neutral. Just to be neutral, and then it was Boris Johnson and the U.S. that came in and refused it.
Guys,
no.
This isn't a political discussion on Ukraine. All right, this is Disclosure Live tonight, guys.
All I was saying was I want to. If there is that context, I think it could be used as disclosure. That was my point. I didn't mean to get into
all these wars are benefiting bankers and sex traffickers and the people that hang out with Jeffrey Epstein and Bill Gates. So it was already predicted that they were going to use the global World Health Organization to put in a one world government and to install all these laws and pass all these things. And that already happened 3 years ago.
It actually happened more than a while ago. The United Nations technically is the world government. It's the government of governments, technically.
What happened. Time for a change.
NATO.
The thing that there's actually two parts of the United Nations that do actually need disclosure. And, I think this is actually a part of the catastrophic disclosure, not just technology, but in terms of the legal realm. This is absolutely catastrophic. There are two facts that I definitely need to share. These are on my channel. I've documented them out the wazoo as best I can. I think Anna von Reitz also has some of these documentations if you're interested. I'm not recommending or condoning or not condoning. I'm just saying she has some of that information. Here's the two things. First of all, we know that Washington, D.C. is a foreign sovereign city-state. Now, one of the things that happened in 1947 was New York City became a foreign sovereign city-state under the United Nations, just like Washington, D.C. is. So we actually have two sovereign city-states in America. One is Washington, D.C., one is New York City under the United Nations. It's actually found under the United Nations Headquarters Agreement, Annex number 1. It provides that the UN can take over that little 18-acre area in Manhattan, but then it also provides, and I kid you not, to unconditionally widen that territory to Manhattan, City of New York, and even the state of New York. And I do actually think that there is some evidence that the United Nations has widened their territory to not just the city of New York, which we can show that that's, it's in the treaty, it's pretty obvious, but to the state of New York, which makes it actually a deep state. New York is a deep state. Okay, so, and that's actually one of the reasons why Hillary Clinton headed over
New
there,
York subways, deep state.
because she wanted to be the representative of the deep state of New York, which was owned, if you will, legally, fictionally, by United Nations in the city of New York. Now, I mean,
This is why did America bought things for 7 million Alaska from Russia? This is like too deep for me. Nothing to do with UFOs. But I trust what you say. Sorry.
Yeah, so DC, New York, Vatican, and London. That's exactly correct. It's actually 4 sovereign city-states, not 3. There's the 4th. The United Nations.
That's the triad.
New York City. The New York City under the UN is actually under the franchises of everything legal. Okay, so I mean, I think that's actually an important distinction of what is the franchise. I mean, DC is military, City of London is money, Vatican is ecclesiastic, right? So New York City, what is the franchise? It's the city of franchises. It's the city of everything legal. They've taken over the planet legally by fictionalizing everything. It's like a layer over everything that makes it a fictional story, and everything they do is talking about the fictional story as if it were reality. They're confusing those things. Now,
sounds like liar Zondo.
Yeah, it's really wild. Now, one of the things about the United Nations Headquarters Agreement that's so interesting is that it provides that the United Nations is allowed to have an aerodrome, an airport. How do you fit an airport in 18 square acres? Like,
underground.
I mean, like it's like the most obvious thing in the world that it's more than just 18 acres. Okay, you don't fit an aerodrome in that little United Nations headquarters, and I mean that's something I don't talk about in my videos because I wanted, you can look it up yourself. It's right there in the headquarters agreement, and
in plain sight, like churn.
Yes. New York City issues their own birth certificates separate from the state of New York, just like Washington, D.C. issues birth certificates separate from Virginia and Maryland. Okay, New York City literally issues separate birth certificates, just like New York City.
Sorry, I'm German, but it's the same in Germany.
It's wild.
Oh, yeah. Dude, that NASA calls, I think, is real. I mean, there's a lot of people thinking that they faked it. I mean,
no,
you do realize that they had the technology to fake phone calls before 9/11.
Yeah,
they called up Colin, the White House with Colin Powell's voice on a simulator, and like, so they've had that technology for a while. DARPA developed that back in like.
You guys need to check out the Greylock tapes. That's about that. The Greylock tapes.
This is my solemn swear, under penalty of perjury, that phone call is real and valid. I did not manipulate it. I did not change it. All I did was press record and
American hero.
I'm telling you, I will go to my grave. It is true. Okay. I mean, you all can say it's I'm just saying.
Yeah, I'm gonna go play it one more time.
I look forward
to
let's
with you. I want to play a couple clips real quick.
Please go ahead and play it again. And I will fill you in on the second detail that I think is so important about the United Nations.
Chinese information coming out first here.
No, this is the
that
Hawaiian
of a secret
senator
government
anyway.
directed principally by NSC staffers accountable to not a single elected official, including apparently the president himself. A shadowy government with its own Air Force, its own Navy, its own fundraising mechanism, and the ability to pursue its own ideas of the national interest, free from all checks and balances, and free from the law itself. It is an elitist vision of government that trusts no one, not the people, not the Congress, and not the cabinet. It is a vision of a government operated by persons convinced they have a monopoly on truth. Albert Hakim, a businessman who admitted he was in it for the money, could boast to us that he was more competent to manage the Iran initiative than the Secretary of State. Richard Secord could tell us he was more capable of running intelligence activities than the CIA. Oliver North could describe with enthusiasm Director Casey's plan for a private off-the-shelf organization that would conduct covert operations forbidden to the CIA with funds generated from the sale of U.S. arms. John Poindexter could say that this all sounded like a good idea. Maintain that Congress had no meaningful role in foreign policy, and act secure in the belief that the president would have approved the diversion of funds. I believe these hearings will be remembered longest, not for the facts they elicited, but for the extraordinary and
Oh, they cut off the best part, man. I wanted to hear what he said at the end. You know what? I think he says the extraordinary lengths the government went through to cover this all up. Let's listen to this again. So describe again what you.
Hey, Brad.
Okay, so describe again for those who just joined. This is you're watching Disclosure Live tonight, and this is I'm sorry, I don't know your name.
Yes, my name is Brad.
Brad from Government Corp Watch. And Brad, why don't you describe what you called up? You called up NASA and did in order to receive this voicemail phone call in return.
So this is fun. Basically, I'm a researcher, and I was looking at UN space law that requires everything that goes into space be registered. And I was thinking, hey, well, the government has to register basically everything, like airplanes and helicopters. And, you know, obviously, if the UN says everything that goes into space has to be registered, well, obviously, if they have anti-gravitic spacecraft, then they would have to be certified and registered likewise. And so I called up the FAA, and they said, oh, we don't do space stuff. And they gave me NASA's phone number. So I tried to call up their voicemail box over at NASA, but no one called me back. So I called up the general counsel attorney's office. And on the third time, I finally left a message and about registering and certifying my anti-gravity spacecraft. Now, I didn't have one. I was LARPing. I want to know what that process is. I'd like to see the form, you know, show me the form. I mean, obviously there's a form for FAA and registering your plane and helicopter and, you know, whatnot. And I'm sure Elon Musk has to fill out a form every time he sends his rocket up into space. All of the satellites have to be registered. In fact, it's the United States Department of State that registers it. So I'm sitting here thinking, okay, well, if they have it, NASA's going to register those things, right? So I call him, left a message about my craft. And this is the guy, Paul Raudenbush, who called me back. He is the NASA chief of security. And he called me back within 24 hours of me leaving this voicemail. And I think it actually, a part of the reason why they called me back was because I told them, hey, look, if you don't call me back in accord with your own space law, UN space law, I will take this registration to Russia or China. And they did not like this at all, which I'm pretty sure is one of the reasons why it got escalated up to security, right? And so he called me, this guy calls me, but like, you know, I'm kind of Taoist. So if they only put things over to voicemail for me, I'm just kind of going to do the same. And then the other thing is I wasn't really prepared to just push record and record the conversation. So I just let it go to voicemail, and I figured I'll call him back. But he left a voicemail. NASA left a voicemail on my phone. Crazy enough, and this is the phone call. And because of the kind of the threats that it felt a little bit threatening at the end in saying, "Oh, we're going to deal with you." So I immediately posted it just in case. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they have some people that they're going to send to my front door. And I would rather not have something like that happen. So, one of the best things to do is to get it out there, make it, so it's not something that they can just, say, and then be done with the whole matter. So I wanted to get this out the door quickly. And so I just immediately posted it within, a very brief period of time. Is like maybe within a day or two. I don't recall exactly, but yeah, I mean, I have the records. I just don't recall. And this is the chief of security.
Let's listen to this phone call right now, and I want to hear this. So you.
Hey, Brad, this is NASA calling. We'd hate to go into default, so why don't you give me a call, 202-358-7322, and I'll give you my email address. I need proof of airworthiness of your craft, spaceworthiness, ability to remain in low Earth orbit, ability to go into outer space, all that stuff. I need documentation from you. Once again, Paul Roudmush. I'm the Chief of Security here at headquarters, 202-358-7322. I look forward to dealing with you. Thank you.
Look forward to dealing with you. Wow.
So they left a phone number, and I recommend that if you have questions, you give them a call, because that is the phone number for NASA Chief of Security. I don't know what to say.
Fuck it, live disclosure. Call right now, Jeremy. I'm in Canada, so my ass would get charged, but why not?
I've had people comment on the thing that they have verified. They called the phone number, and it was actually it because it is. I mean, I don't know what to say. Yeah, this is NASA calling. I mean, it is. It does feel passive aggressive, and no, it's not a joke. It's not a prank call. I didn't try to pull anything on them. I mean,
wow, man, we get the trolls in the chat right now.
I know.
It's got to be real.
I was LARPing that I had a craft, and I wanted to see the form. They are actually required by UN space law.
Well, fuck it. We got fucking Space with us who's attempting at building. Let's give him a call and see, in case Mark makes a breakthrough, what happens. Let's call and see.
We need to know.
I mean, what blows me away is that if you just spend half a second to think about the logic in registering everything that the government, you know what I mean? Like every vehicle has to be registered. I mean, it's not like you just get to have a spacecraft and not have it registered. If you're a US citizen, you have to register at your car, your plane, your boat, your dog, your airwave, your marriage, your birth certificate. Everything's registered. So the fact that people can't connect that if these crafts do exist, they would have to actually literally be registered. I mean, I'm not going to say whether or not David Wilcock is this or that, but I mean, let's say he does come up with an anti-gravity craft, right? Well, if he's selling these craft, guess who has to register it? NASA, right?
No. Yeah,
I mean,
I guess they never dealt with that before because he signed. Maybe he was joking. I don't know. Did he get some craft for this? If we're going to assume that they're hiding some of these technologies from us, then we have to assume that if it goes into space, it gets registered. I mean, that's international law.
I don't think that's a very safe assumption. They've had these craft before NASA was even created. It started off in the
crafts.
50s. What
crafts did they have?
In 1954, they had the alien reproduction vehicle. That was before NASA was formed.
Right. But that's
these people, you heard it from the senator from Hawaii before. They're above the law. They don't care about registration. These craft are going interstellar. They're not worried about NASA registration.
at some point, I agree with you that they are lawless. I mean, my own experience with courts is that they are completely lawless. However, they do try to comply with some of the stuff, and it makes a lot of sense to me that vehicle registration actually is one of the critical pieces about how government functions and why it functions the way that it does. And I mean, given my study of the hows and whys of vehicle registry, all vehicles, and you know what I mean? Like,
to your
How many times did
benefit,
you
that
have
there
to call
was
him to get him to call you back? So you had to bug a lot of people, though, right? To get him to do that, right? I don't know. It's just
well, it was one voicemail that I left with the intellectual property attorney at the General Counsel of NASA, right?
there was a guy that we had on the channel just a couple weeks ago that hacked into NASA in the early days of the internet and found some of these, found some craft and some non-human officers on some computer somewhere. What was his name? The guy from England? Jeremy,
I
remember what I'm talking about?
I played the voicemail. Didn't you guys hear it? You want me to play the voicemail again? I mean,
okay, so someone said, what is the attorney's number? And I don't remember off the top of my head, but here's what I can tell you. If you look on NASA's website, you can actually find the phone number for the general counsel on their website, and you can actually just simply call them directly. That's how I found it. You know, like I said, I don't know right off the top of my head what it is. I mean, I can look it up for you. You can too. But you know, that's what's so fascinating. And I think given this disclosure of other people having found evidence of military members and vehicles, you know, I'm not okay. The way that my brain works is not that there is going to be that these things are true and these things are false. Okay, what I do is I take a piece of information and I kind of quantize it, and I look at it from different perspectives, and I look at it from each perspective. What are the probability of, say, this thing being true from each of the perspectives? Okay, so from the perspective of the mainstream, I get it. This voicemail looks absolutely insane. Okay, I'll say it. It looks crazy. Although from the legal perspective, this is probably one of the most like perfect, like a chink. It's a perfect chink in the classified armor from the legal perspective. And to understand that, one does actually have to have an understanding of the legal realm rather than just the human realm, because these are two different things that are taking place. Like humans, legal terms of art, they have legalese. The legal language is completely not English, right? So what happens is everything the government says, everything attorneys say, everything you say to the government is taken not from an English context, but from a legal context. And one of the things that I was doing, and I know this doesn't necessarily come across because you know there's nothing about what I said in this video yet. I'm going to do another video shortly at some point that documents this, but you can't use English in the legal context. And the things that I was saying and the things that he is technically saying is from a legal term of art context, being very nuanced and kind of specific about the words that he uses. And you know, there's a reason why I don't think he wanted to actually say the way that you register your anti-gravitic vehicle. I mean, they wanted they wanted
proof that it
not
was
even
above the atmosphere, your credentials, and
right. They wanted to undermine all that. You know, they didn't want to just come out and say some of these things, and that's fine. You know, and I get it that a lot of people can look at this and say it's not real, it's not true, it's fake. And I understand that perspective. It makes some sense. It makes a lot of sense to me, actually, because I was once in that mentality of applying humanness to legal. But we're not talking legal. I mean, we're not talking human, we're talking legal at this point. And that is extremely different. No, I LARPed that I had the craft, not that this is very true. I mean, I'm very clear that the thing that I was LARPing was having the craft. That's the only thing I was pretending to have. Okay. And that's a part of the thing that, you know, I want to cut that off at the knee, that there's no other LARPing other than I'm going to pretend that I have one of these craft. And like a journalist, I want to explore what that process is. you know, and that's kind of, like I said, I'm a scientist. I look at things, you know, from the probabilistic standpoint, and I look at things from a legal standpoint.
Let's talk about the science. You know, enough of the registration. What kind of science are you working on?
Okay, so that's a part of the thing is I'm not actually working on the technology of this. I'm looking at this legally, and I mean, if you ask me about,
I've been to like 15 different conferences on this thing. There is literally rooms full of people that all they want to talk about is the legal you know, consequences of going to another civilization, and they don't even they can't even think about how to actually get there. You know, me and Jeremy and, you know, other people on this channel actually are more concentrated on the science behind it.
Yeah. This is those lawyers could sit there all day and argue about how they want to be
technology. We need the real
aliens. They don't know how to
I,
get.
I think this can be leveraged to get that science. I mean,
No,
it's
it can't. No, it can't.
One leverage thing. It'll.
No.
I mean, how does it not help in the leverage of getting this stuff out there to know that you do actually have to register, that they do register these people. They certify.
I am so unconcerned about registering any craft that we ever build. I couldn't even tell. We don't even have a filing cabinet on it.
Do we have to register them? According to
I'm not
according
even
to
sure.
UN space law,
even
yes.
care.
According to UN space law, yes. Now, this goes actually to the second disclosure that I wanted, the third disclosure, I guess, that I wanted to make about, because this is catastrophic disclosure, right? So a part of the thing is, and I know I don't really like to talk much about legal stuff, but this does actually have consequences to the hiding of these technologies and who is hiding these technologies or who is controlling the identities to hide these technologies, I think is kind of more specific. And that is that under the Paris Peace Treaty of 1947, Article 78, Part G, it states that a United Nations national is anyone who is a citizen or national of a United Nations member state.
Man, I don't care about this legal law crap.
It's so stupid. And all I'm saying is they have a global citizenship.
Nobody cares about that shit, and it's not going to do anything for us. So, guys, Government Corp Watch is.
Yeah, all right, I'm going to check. I'm going to head out. Thank you so much, guys.
I'm going to move on and just keep this flowing, guy. You know, I'm sorry, but anybody else wants to join? You're watching Total Disclosure Live tonight, and yeah, I can't. I'm just like,
Jeremy, do you ever go to those?
You're going to sleep with the law stuff, dude. It just doesn't.
And,
it doesn't.
There's literally
none of it matters.
Full of lawyers
none of that fucking matters.
It doesn't
okay?
matter. No, it doesn't.
I'd rather be pulled over by the NASA, like you didn't register your vehicle, police sort of thing, than worry about.
Are they gonna turn their lights on and chase after you or something?
I'm sorry.
They're gonna launch a rocket to chase after you. How exactly are they?
Exactly. Rude, you know, if I was rude, but I'm sorry if I was rude, but Jesus, I'm just like I can't.
NASA's gonna.
You want to hear them out, man? You good? Like going like I can't do that stuff, man. Like we're gonna talk about. I want to talk about. This is about science and patents and technologies. I'm all day. But
it's cool that they called him back, but it seems like they were trying to make a joke out of it.
I just don't know what's going on with any of it, and everybody's like, I got a whole bunch of trolls in the podcast saying that, you know, that. I don't know. Maybe they're people from NASA that work for, you know, Paul Radenbush, you know, but it's really pissing me off. It's not him. It's the people in the damn audience that are sitting here like saying, "Oh, this is crazy nonsense." So he's not gone. He's still here, but I just, you know, I want to get more people on.
Okay, we have some new people joining. Josh.
No, Josh is back here. He was the troll. Maybe he was. Maybe he's a fake lawyer that he made up the phone call himself, like everyone's saying in the chat, and that he did it himself, dude. Why don't you go do some fucking research on it? Fucking trolls.
There's a bunch of space lawyers.
Sorry,
I've seen them at conferences. There's like rooms full of space lawyers, and it's the most retarded thing in the world. Like, what are they lying? What are they lying about?
I don't want to talk to lawyers, man. You shouldn't have a job.
Where
You're
is the
pointless.
court? Yeah,
The courts
it really is pointless.
shouldn't even exist. All they do is screw everything up for society, and that's all they've ever done. The judicial system is completely backwards and corrupt. Okay, all they do is lock up poor people, and rich people like Ghislaine Maxwell will never have to tell her clients list, even though she sex trafficked children. For God's sake. These people are absolute scumbags, every single one of them, and I hate listening to anyone talk about law or lawyers, because the whole system is corrupt, and it honestly shouldn't exist at all. It really shouldn't. Okay.
Yeah, the whole concept of space law. The whole concept of space law, like, we don't have enough law here on Earth. We don't have enough regulation here on Earth. You want to bring regulation to outer space? Like, what the fuck? Like, we're trying to get off this planet to get rid of that system. I don't want law in outer space. I don't want these lawyers chasing after you to Jupiter and, Saturn, asking you for tax. Tax your ship. They want registration fees.
These are the assholes of
Bitcoin,
humanity who are going to stop disclosure. All right. And I guarantee you, it's not going to come from the time for them assassinating people ended in the 60s. They realized in 76 they couldn't really get away with that much anymore, and that they got close to getting caught at the House Select Committee on Assassinations. All right. That's why the George Bush Intelligence Center is named that. All right. Because he took over and covered all that CIA assassination stuff up from the past. They can't do that. They can't get away with that now. Okay. They come and kill me tomorrow. It's not going to work. So what they're going to try to do is come after us with lawyers and laws and all this stuff. Right. And what we're doing, they're going to frame this as illegal because we're trying to get classified information on the program, but that we're not telling you to snitch on, stuff that's dangerous to national security. We're telling you to blow the whistle on illegal government operations, illegal government cover-up. Okay, so what the government has done is illegal, and what they're doing is illegal. And if you're part of this operation, they'll kill you too. So, you better off blowing the whistle now. There's a short window humanity has before these psychopathic elites launch World War III on this entire planet. And life as you know it, the Great Depression that happened 100 years ago, we're due for another one. It's going to hit. It's going to happen. China's, just collecting that debt, and they could call that card in any time. They want, and believe I believe it's all coming down the pipe soon.
And no amount of space lawyers are going to save you from that.
No amount of space lawyers are ever going to legislate our way out of this. And I know it's great that we got NASA head of if we did get NASA security to admit to admit to this is huge, and it definitely should have gotten more views. And I'm glad that Ben called in and that we gave him a plug for his channel. So please go check out his channel. I'm sorry if I was rude. I'm not frustrated. I didn't mean to be rude to you, Ben. I'm very frustrated with here he is. He's back. So I'm just very frustrated that with everything that's going on right now with disclosure, man. This is beyond. We're beyond due. And they've killed our president and took 60 years of our damn history from us. Like, we should have been to space. And okay.
I hear you guys wanted some science.
Yes, give us some science, please.
So
change the
I'm
topic.
not reading the chat anymore.
2 days ago,
I'm only
when
reading
Bernie
super
and I-
chats from now on.
when Bernie and I were on the channel together with Mark, Bernie showed a sample of aluminum oxide aerogel pretty close to the camera. And at the time, I was on my cell phone. I am right now. And I couldn't see it really well, but I looked at the video, and Bernie has definitely made Al2O3 aerogel. There's 2 papers on it that I sent to Jeremy by Twitter DM, and I also dropped them into the Streamlab chat a little earlier. Bernie, do you still have that sample? Do you want to talk to us a little bit about it?
Yeah, I can grab that right now, and actually I'll grab a couple other samples of some potential aerogels that I got.
Awesome, man. Thank you. So of the research papers that I found, the aluminum oxide aerogel is actually transparent aluminum, sort of like Star Trek's Transparasteel. If you made a really big flat piece of it, you'd be able to see through it and it would be structurally rigid still. I think this is what Mark Sokol is going to want for his EPR experiment. And from what it looks like, that's definitely the right sample. So unless you want to synthesize your own, I think Bernie's got it. Otherwise, there's some guys in Germany that are making it too.
I have enough stuff going on. I don't want to synthesize anything if it's already done. Right now, we're synthesizing some really cool crystals that are going to make triplet electron states and help us with dynamic nuclear orientation. And for that, I'm making a Bridgman crystal growing machine. That's in the other room. Basically, think of it like a cup or made out of glass or something like that. You put the material inside it, that bring it to the melting temperature, and then it goes through a hole very slowly, and beneath the baffle plate on the other side of the hole, it's a lower temperature, and it slowly crystallizes on the other side. And this motion going through that baffle plate needs to happen like over 24 hours or something like that. And the crystal grows inside, a monocrystal grows inside that chamber as it goes through. So that's pretty much what we're building right now.
You posted a picture of that to your Twitter a couple days ago.
I did, yes.
Yeah, I saw that. I'm pretty sure I liked and retweeted it.
Oh, very good. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that.
I appreciate that you're doing this science. This is how we're going to get it done, man.
Yes.
Part of the 24 hours of that crystal, though, is you have to make sure the temperature remains the exact same. If it drops even by 1 degree, it will completely alter the structure. But you probably already know that.
Yeah, you'll drop out of that point of criticality, and then the whole experiment's a waste.
The point of this thing is that it's going from the melting temperature to the freezing temperature as it falls down. So you do want a gradient over there. It's not about it staying the exact same. It's about it dropping down in temperature as it drops.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying your background temperature. Keep that.
Well, the background temperature, it's shielded from the background temperature. It only cares about the temperature inside it. Just
okay. You're good then. You're good.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we're gonna keep it well shielded, well protected. We built a really nice fume hood. What is that? Is that aluminum aerogel there?
That is
so awesome. That is the aluminum aerogel, and it is completely transparent. This stuff I collect. It's still completely.
Oh, the feds got him.
Oh no, that was us playing with it. Okay, can you?
There we go. Oop. Is it gonna? Why did my camera just like die? Oh, weird. There.
That was weird. Okay, show it to us.
That was weird.
Wow. Is that the shatter? Is that some killer shatter? No.
Made straight from aluminum, but I've actually turned zinc into the aerogel, like transparent metal as well, and I've had another guy email me pictures of silver that he turned into this transparent state that remained in that state, and I really do have to get him back on, and it's something else, man. This electrolysis stuff seems to
don't get your aerogel mixed up with your shatter.
No, definitely don't.
Hey Bernie, do you know the Kaminko zinc smelter in Trail, BC?
In Trail, BC, there's a zinc.
British Columbia. There's
I had
the
no
biggest
idea.
zinc smelter in North America, and if you go there, part of their industrial processes actually accidentally produce aerogel, much like you're saying. They produce some zinc aerogel compounds as just
Really?
offshoots of the manufacturing process. Yeah. I was there
happens to
many,
be-
many years ago.
Yeah, that's right close by me and where I travel during my summer vacation. So I will have to stop by there this next year. Get some on a
Drop
large
by,
scale.
they'll give you a little zinc puck as a sample to take away.
That's cool.
So if you got those articles, I think the first time that this aluminum oxide, the transparent aluminum aerogel, was made was 1975, that's before I was born. So this stuff's been around for a while, and it isn't created all that often. The next time that I saw a scientific paper about it is 2019. So it's a pretty big time gap.
I'm gonna go grab another sample of some potential aerogel stuff from outside and be right back.
I think
I gotta find out where I can download that link from, guys, because I'm trying to get the. I'm gonna share my screen now that he's gone, but so this is the recent paper you sent me: investigation of the formation process of highly porous ALO aluminum oxide via citric acid assisted sol gel synthesis.
Yeah, so that's the most recent reproduction effort on it. I think it's by two guys in Germany, Simon Karstens and Dirk Enke. And they were producing the material that Mark needs most recently chronologically. Other than Bernie. Bernie has it, so just get it from Bernie.
You said this material that is apparently from let's get into this meta material again. I want to get into this UFO meta material that Gary Nolan has. Because
yeah, I'm pretty
tagged
sure
him in that. Yeah,
I'm pretty sure that article said that it was an aerogel. I don't know.
Yeah, so they put this out
I'll pull it up too.
5 years ago with this big mystery of what this piece is, and that it came from a UFO, and they don't know how it works. Metabunk did a little thing on it saying that it was industrial slag from some kind of smelting process, but I was not like super convinced by that. And then, we got Jeremy McGowan, who came out and said that, when he was teamed up with Elizondo, he was basically given this piece and told to drive it in his pickup truck, like across the country. When this should have been, if it was what they said it was, it should have been under like armed security. So he just didn't understand the whole thing with the operation and what they were doing. As
far as I know, for the provenance of it, it crashed in Brazil. So it's gone from the sky, it shattered at some point, and it landed on the ground. So I don't think it's going to show the exact same material structure as is shown in this most modern paper, most likely because they're working on this material. They're adding those carbon nanotubes that Michael pointed out to make the material more structurally rigid. This sample of it that crashed in Brazil was from a few years ago, so it was likely further back in their reverse engineering tech chain. I agree with Michael, it doesn't show any evidence of the carbon nanotubes in the sample that Professor Gary Nolan has, but it does show the exact using the bismuth layers as a lithium layer. Sorry,
They figured out a way to screw with your stream, man, and your connection.
Michael. I know I said that we would talk about it yesterday, but I felt.
Jeez. Well, yeah, I want to, I wish Michael would come back and get to talk with you more directly about this now that he's had a little bit of time to look at it. I had some criticism in the chat that, Michael was, just learned about this yesterday, and, why is he commenting on it and stuff, and I would be nice to get all
That's
this.
fine. We're all learning about this in real time. We're all
Yeah.
learning about this in real time. The discussion's open. I don't take offense if someone's challenging this idea. This is not my creation. I'm just the investigative journalist that is digging this information back up.
This is fascinating. It's and you're apparently working with a group of people, this Korea UFO team, on this.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, as far as from the people that you've talked to and stuff, this you believe that this is a piece of a Chinese drone?
Correct. Yeah. I believe that it's technology that only China has too. This is not something that the DOE, Department of Energy, manufactures. They have a different aerogel.
You're muted, Complazart. Yeah, so I can see you, but you're muted, man. What are you doing, man? Like, you're distracting me. Like, I'm trying to listen to this dude, and you're sitting there making faces, brother. All right, I'm just gonna put you in the back for now, because I'm trying to pay attention, and I can't fully. So this science, yeah. So this is good science because, here we have TTSA that came forward saying this is, UFO parts and metamaterials. Hal Puthoff did that thing, that presentation saying this is, some advanced, UFO metamaterials that uses terahertz to generate, polarizable vacuum fluctuations that, this space-time metric engineering technology. And, they swindled a lot of investors, including one of my good friends. So I'm trying to get to come on the podcast soon. Mark knows who I'm talking about. Donated, got swindled for over $1 million, I believe, by TTSA in 2018 when they came forward, taking investors' money with the promises that they were going to bring this technology out and build spaceships for everyone.
Well, they did say that they were going to work on media as well. And
yeah.
That's all they worked on.
Yeah, and that's all they worked on. They didn't do any science. Had they done real science, do you think they would have, obviously, if this is a, program, they're not going to have direct access to all this information if they didn't work on it. But you're saying that the people that you're connected with and are doing the research are confident that this is the same material or part of a top secret research project. Now, the thing is,
our group is confident in our assessment that this is that and
this is in
it
fact
is specifically being
a
used
man-made
as the hull of a drone. Yeah, it is 100% a man-made material that is layered bismuth and magnesium. It is 100% used as the structural hull of the aerogel drone itself and as the battery to supply power to the pumps. It's dual purpose.
And so
it's the shell and it's the battery.
So this is like an evacuated balloon, right? A vacuum balloon.
Yeah, if you read the descriptions of it, and I think Hal Puthoff mentions it in his talk himself, when they found these pieces, and there's multiple of them. I think if you watch the Jesse Michaels and Professor Gary Nolan interview on Alchemy American, they have like 5 or 6 pieces of it sitting on a table in front of them. So they were able to collect several parts of it, and all of them had a curve to them. So they looked like they were part of a larger sphere, just based on how they were shaped.
So they build a sphere, a hollow shell out of this, layered magnesium bismuth aerogel, which is structurally sound and solid. And then they pump the air out of that to make the thing like, lighter than air.
Buoyant, yeah.
Yeah. And then they propel it around by electrifying the shell of this thing. And because,
No. They propel it around with 2 pumps. One pump takes air or water in, and the other pump shoots the air or water out in a vector direction.
Interesting.
So they're sort of using the internal vacuum chamber as a pass-through when they are doing propulsion. So the medium air or water comes in through one of the pumps into the internal vacuum chamber and then immediately back out the other pump. And that second pump is vector thrustable, so you can point it in the opposite direction of where
Hey, Josh is here.
you wish the thrust to.
Hello again.
Michael Perrone.
All right,
What's
Michael's back.
So,
Hey,
one thing I
Michael,
don't
how are
understand. Hey, how are you?
Hey,
Doing good? Doing okay?
So I read through the article again too. I agree, it's not an aerogel.
Right. Well, yeah. So the thing with this magnesium bismuth sample here is it also doesn't have carbon fiber running through it as the collector cathode or whatever. I think it's cathode. Yeah. But so this bismuth magnesium structure, 3 to 5 microns of bismuth, it's extremely thin, and bismuth is a weak metal to begin with. So as you charge and discharge this, assuming it is a magnesium ion battery of some kind, the bismuth cathode material would probably fall apart really quickly. So I don't, and also based on that article, they were saying that as you charge and discharge this thing, the bismuth and magnesium form.
So just sorry to interject. If it's a cathode bismuth, it'll be okay. It's the anode that would erode on a material.
Yeah. So the cathodes, exactly. The bismuth is
But
the cathode.
cathode, if it's the cathode, it would actually survive.
That's what I'm saying. So the bismuth is the cathode material. The magnesium is the anode material, sort of. Or sorry, I should say the bismuth is being used. I think if it's a battery, the bismuth here is the collector plate, sort of. It's not being corroded, but the magnesium is being corroded. So this would be an anode, but the bismuth wouldn't be corroded in the process. The problem is when you charge this, it would form bismuth magnesium intermetallics, according to that other paper. So I don't. It wouldn't stay separate bismuth and magnesium metal, as far as I know. And also,
it is 100% a battery. It is 100% a battery. If you go to the abstract, the first line of the abstract is, we present mesoporous bismuth nanosheets as a model to study the charge storage mechanism of MGBI systems in magnesium ion batteries.
Yeah. So the article is about a battery. I'm saying that the bismuth magnesium sample recovered, that's supposedly alien tech or who knows what, that is not. It's not mesoporous bismuth, and if we were to assume it's a battery, it's a very poorly designed battery. We're not getting your sound for.
So
we can't hear you for some reason.
Your sound cut out, and I want to understand the storage of energy, because energy storage is real different. There's a lot of
destroyed and shattered.
There seems to be a lag.
There's a huge lag in his channel. Hey, I don't know if someone's screwing with your connection, man.
I've faced this before. Yeah, I'm getting pinged all to hell. Sorry, guys. Can you hear me at all?
First case, yeah. Now we can.
And Jeremy, be nicer to
Okay.
those the legal guys, because like that's still. I mean, it's
Look,
unlikely. It's
it
unlikely
was-
to work.
I wasn't
unlikely to
flipping
work,
out
but
on
it's-
him, man.
let
I
him
was
try.
the trolls in the
3
live
for
chat,
7.
okay? I
Yeah,
wasn't
but I
flipping
mean,
out
you
on
shouldn't.
him.
Don't attack people personally. That's not good.
I
Anyway,
didn't attack him. I just
well, you know what I mean. Just
I got him on. I promoted his channel. I helped a lot more people see that. But you know, I'm getting.
And then you
You know,
kinda
I
rudely
don't want to
kicked him
make
off.
this about just one like legal.
Well,
like,
yeah,
legal
all right. It's
stuff. I'm
what's
already
done is
dealing
done.
with
Let's
enough of
move
those.
on. All right, yeah, Josh, go
Yeah,
ahead.
so-
Continue.
So I think
Jesus.
there's two reasons that the sample doesn't show the same exact structure as the paper. They're from different times. The paper is 2020 and the sample, I believe, is from a couple years before that, but I would need the exact provenance from Hal Putoff. It came from him originally. The things that you have to take into account, the rigidifying with the carbon nanotubes of the paper likely weren't in the sample, because that's probably improvement that they've been doing tech chain wise. So they started out with just trying to figure out how to layer these materials in thin micron depth layers. Vacuum depositing is how they do it. And they've then done enhancements and got to the point where that paper has been released with rigidifying internal carbon nanotubes. I think they actually stole that process from DOE.
I mean, that's pretty standard in
Because
battery tech.
DOE uses carbon nanotubes to rigidify.
Oh, they're pinging him again, and he's starting to break up. Man, this is crazy, dude. I can't hear a word he's saying. Guys, you're watching UFO everything disclosure tonight. I mean, sorry, this
Okay.
thing.
Catastrophic disclosure.
Catastrophic disclosure live. Let's get it right.
It's not that catastrophic yet.
Thing
But anyway,
that you have to
yeah, Josh, it's I mean,
realize
graphite.
about the TT,
Michael, excuse me, if this is a piece of like, if he's accurately describing what this material
Stars
is,
Academy sample.
I mean,
like,
but
that's
I'm not
pretty catastrophic
convinced
to me. All right,
I'm not convinced that he is though.
you're not. I'm not convinced either yet. But if it's the best
Well,
thing I've seen
happened.
so far that comes anywhere close to anything in the literature
You know you're
that
above
describes what this
the
material
target
is.
when the
No, catastrophic disclosure would be if someone
All right,
made a free
let's
energy
not
machine
debate. Let's just get the science out. Come on.
on the stream.
Yeah, well, that's what this is about. Someone comes on here with, you know, UFO technology, or someone's got like, hey, I worked in the program. Here's pictures of the aliens from work today.
So I'll say,
You know, yeah, that would be catastrophic disclosure. I mean, yeah,
Michael
but
now.
even to describe this would be pretty cool.
Hey, Josh, your lag is still super bad. Is it possible to try kind of like rebooting and jumping back in?
Yeah, maybe reboot your computer, your router. I don't
Good luck,
know.
man.
It sounds like he's getting a network ping. I was talking to a guy last night about some of the technologies they
point,
have
and-
out there, man.
Oh yeah, like
disconnect
I've watched
and-
Dutch since, man. Like anyone that's watched him on the regular, like knows just how capable the government now does of shutting internet down. And he went from
Yeah.
he's down to DSL now, but like he's had every other type, including Starlink, and they were even shutting that off on him. It
Your
was
best
crazy.
bet is to have no twisted pair anywhere, because they have a device where they can go and clamp right around the cable of your twisted pair and hack right into the cable and your signal. So the best thing is direct fiber optic line the entire way. Even if you have any Wi-Fi networks, what they can do now is they can fly a drone over your house that picks up your Wi-Fi signal, repeats your router signals back to the router, so it can actually
Canceling it out.
It cancels it out, and then when it tries to reconnect, it shoots the password and sends all that over in the packet data, so it can scoop up your passwords right through that. This technology is no joke. and I was
Stingray,
talking to a
right?
guy
I
about it
think it's
last
called
night.
Stingray.
I'm
Let's see
learning
if we
more
can
about
find
it.
any of those people who worked on the secret projects who got the pictures of aliens who'd like to join us, guys. All you got to
So
do
the
is
other
copy
thing,
the
Jeremy,
StreamYard link and put it in there, and we'd be able to talk to you, get your information onto the air.
So the other thing, Jeremy, is with this bismuth magnesium material, if it's microporous, it is very unlikely that if it impacted the surface, it would have to impact the surface of the Earth at supersonic speeds in order to become fully dense. Especially if it was a magnesium bismuth. Well, no, but actually magnesium bismuth, cold welds pretty well. But yeah, if this were a battery, then the aerogel drone would have had to hit the surface of the Earth very fast, and the terminal velocity of an aerogel drone would be very slow.
Exactly that, though.
All right.
They're all hypersonic, almost like.
Sorry, I'm trying to listen to you, Michael. Like, it's
Okay.
rude to interrupt.
Yeah. So the bismuth magnesium mesoporous structure. If you have a mesoporous structure, if you look at micro electromechanical devices and circuit board manufacturing, those tiny features on the surface. Yes, they're delicate, but if you're talking about macroscopic vibrations, those barely affect micro electromechanical devices or integrated circuit traces. So it's if you have a mesoporous composite or a microporous composite where you have pores on the order of a micron, 5 microns across.
So what's the
those are
difference between mesoporous and microporous?
maybe mesoporous is slightly larger, but my point is, if you have these very, very small structures, then mechanically speaking, it's very unlikely that a mesoporous battery material or microporous battery material would impact the Earth with enough force to become fully dense. As we've seen the micrographs, we've seen the microscope images of the bismuth magnesium layered material, and it's fully dense. It's fully dense. There are no pores left in that material, so it would have had to hit the Earth very hard. And I mean, even if it flaked off of the aerogel drone so that it was no longer connected to the aerogel, it's mostly magnesium, so its density is not super high. So it would hit its terminal velocity way before it was moving fast enough to impact the Earth and become fully dense. So I don't know about that part of it either. I mean,
that is good analysis, Michael. Thank you. That is
what
good
about the
analysis.
possibility that this is related to dynamic nuclear orientation?
Again, we're trying to piece together a puzzle, knowing only what is public.
Right. But yeah, I mean, even if the bismuth magnesium material is not related to any of the aerogel stuff is still quite interesting as a possibility. I'm sure people have been trying to make. I mean, and yeah, I mean, even if you don't have a full vacuum, you could have a partial vacuum airship possibly, and there's a whole bunch of variables that really aren't explored much in the out in the open. I think people gave up on vacuum airships around the time of the Hindenburg, and that's a shame because there's a lot of science to explore there.
What about the possibility that this is actually a way to transfer dynamic nuclear orientation into the core of the ship, like it's thin layers to get over the skin effect issue?
Yeah, I mean, if you're avoiding the skin effect, then an aerogel is a good way to do it. If you want to induce the Overhauser effect or dynamic nuclear orientation, yes, a gel would be an effective way. I think that
I'm talking about the bismuth magnesium.
You're on a better path with the, well, hopefully a better path with the with your current approach with the Pentacene dynamic nuclear orientation, because that so the Overhauser effect based on the dynamic nuclear orientation book gives a multiplication factor of the dynamic nuclear orientation effect of about 1,000 at best, whereas
660.
so this is like with the With the pentacene, you're getting 250,000. So that's a much larger multiplication factor.
Yeah, well, that could be like the crystal that they talk about in the Vimanas, but I'm talking about the hull itself. Magnesium is noted as one of the better the better reservoirs for dynamic nuclear orientation, along with aluminum.
Well,
So
by the
maybe
way, I
the
should
bismuth has
note
some.
Let's
a
rewatch
magnesium.
this video.
Oh, just
I
a
just
moment
wanna-
before you do that, Jeremy. Let's not get sidetracked too quickly. Let's complete the thought
This-
here.
yep.
Magnesium or aluminum as an aerogel would be extremely flammable, by the way. So that and titanium, I believe. I mean, it's basically.
Yeah,
I don't know.
magnesium fires are no joke.
Like it's almost like if you're talking about thermobaric weapons.
Michael,
like,
have you seen the
This yellow fire extinguisher is for exactly that purpose. But what I'm getting at, it's a class D. What I'm getting at is the bismuth, magnesium, zinc layered material that we saw there in the last picture. It includes zinc as well too. Zinc being the iron group metal that can help transfer the dynamic nuclear orientation to the magnesium, and then the bismuth plays some role in it, maybe as an amplifier or something like that. And having all three materials together, so they sort of like play off of each other. What's your thoughts on that with dynamic nuclear orientation via EPR?
I honestly, I don't have enough information yet to go like deep on that. I need to read up more. Oh, and I wanted to finish talking with Josh, but he's gone.
Also, we do have the ability to make magnesium and bismuth layered materials here in the clean room. Problem is the zinc. I don't have high enough temperatures for that. I was hoping you'd be able to help me out with that.
What?
With your
with the zinc?
To get zinc layer on like vapor deposition. Don't you guys have
zinc vapor dep? Yeah, you should be able to do that with the tungsten boat that I got. Did I?
I don't think. No. Yeah. I have tungsten boats.
Josh.
It doesn't go hot enough.
Oh.
It needs one of those microwave machines.
Oh, you mean the sputter coater?
Yeah, it needs a sputter coater. Yes.
That doesn't make sense. The zinc fumes should be. The zinc boils at a relatively low temperature. You should be able to do it at 1,000. No? Let me just double check that. Let's see. Where is it? Yeah, boiling point of zinc is 907 Celsius. So that should be perfect.
Oh, yeah, we should be able to do it. Yeah, we should be able to do it then. Okay.
Yeah.
So I could literally make that Linda Moulton Howe sample right here in the clean room right there.
Not really, because you'd need to mix the magnesium and aluminum, which have higher boiling points. But
mix them? Why do you have to mix magnesium and aluminum?
So it's that. Sorry, not aluminum. Magnesium and zinc. But you basically it's a mixture of magnesium and zinc in the layers, based on the SEM images of the layering. But anyway,
interesting because Alzafon says you got to mix aluminum and iron. Aluminum being similar to magnesium, zinc being in the iron ferrous materials group. So wow, that is very interesting. That does point towards the Alzafon theory.
Well, anyways, I should wrap up for the night and get to bed. But the zinc aerogel thing, that was pretty cool that he mentioned that. I've had some experience with that. I made this little mini metal melter thing once, and I put some zinc in it. I was melting mostly silver, and then I tried some zinc. It caught fire, and it was thankfully it was a small amount of zinc, but it's really cool actually when the zinc burns. It like makes this flame, and then the shape of the flame looks like it freezes. Like I wouldn't breathe it in. It's bad. It's bad for your lungs and nose. There's a metal fume fever, but it's super cool to see if you've ever seen like a little piece of zinc burn. It actually like makes a little wick, like a little flame shape, and then freezes like that. The zinc oxide, it forms this metal fume. It's the coolest thing. But also, yeah, I mean, you will get sick with cold for the next 2 days after you see something like that. It's that bad for your nose and lungs.
Have proper ventilation and safety, personal safety equipment.
Don't do that at home, perhaps, but maybe there's a video around somewhere. But yeah, zinc aerogel, zinc fume. It's
Or styro pyro when you need them. Sorry.
I know, right? Anyway, well, I guess Josh, we'll talk some other time. Have a good night.
Nice.
I think we got through enough.
Guys.
I think. I mean, I mentioned the aerogel, the zinc stuff a little bit, but yeah, I mean, yeah, if people can make vacuum balloons, I know for sure Google has a big network of like that, the Google Balloon project. So Google already has a network of balloons, I think. So if China and the U.S. have vacuum balloon technology, then it would be a no-brainer to. It would be way cheaper, first off, than a satellite network. If you want a spy network, you just have aerogel balloons, and like aerogel being transparent and similar to air in its refractive index, you could blend that in to the sky way easier. Like it's not going to like look out of place or
it's transparent.
Camouflage is already with the sky, you know. So, yeah, I mean, there's private companies doing this. I would be surprised if the major nations of the world didn't already have spy networks based off of vacuum balloons or just normal balloons.
I have two little ideas I want to run by you, Mike, before you go, and Mark and Jeremy. With these, two things I envision is that they would be rotating the shell of the aerogel compared to the center potentially as a charge or aspect of it, and also that you would have some sort of like advanced T. Townsend Brown like electrogravitic shell or like charged like field around the craft as well, the outside.
I feel there's really no reason to over-engineer that. I mean, it already works on its own. It has to, I mean, all you need is a sphere of this stuff with like some Knudsen pumps and some small photovoltaic cells, and you're good to go. You would just float indefinitely, and it's very simple and uses standard existing technology. And it's really not that far out there in terms of an idea, but it's also not very practical for propulsion stuff. So I don't know, at least not for the well. I mean, that's not necessarily true. You could launch some sort of CubeSat arrangement with this that could get into outer space because it's already buoyant, so it can just float up there and slowly build up speed. So there's ways it could be done. Those ways are not going to lift a person into space anytime soon. But if you want to get small satellites into orbit, well, I mean, there's other ways too. There's Raccoons. I heard DARPA was doing this thing where they were launching CubeSats off of F-35s or something. So they would have a rocket and they would just launch it from an F-35. So it's already positioned all the way up there. And, you know, they got all sorts of ways to get stuff into space. They don't have to use a spaceport necessarily. So, and yeah, I mean, it's unlikely that if the government's willing to like run drugs for a black budget, it's unlikely that they're going to keep all of their space stuff registered. I mean,
yeah, well,
I'm
Bigelow
sure
started this whole company to try to get the UFO materials from the government. And these apparently came from Bigelow, right? That's what these materials came from. I got to watch this news report because it's been a while since I've seen this. Can I please play this?
Oh, go ahead.
For years, one of the secret studies was carried out by Bass, a Las Vegas operation hidden within Bigelow Aerospace. Documents first reported by the I-Team show that Bass landed a contract with the DIA, and one of the objectives was to study so-called metamaterials, as well as futuristic technologies.
It was a multi-layered bismuth and magnesium sample. Bismuth layers less than a human hair. Magnesium samples about 10 times the size of a human hair. Supposedly picked up in the crash retrieval of an advanced aerospace vehicle. Looks like it's been in a crash.
In Las Vegas back in June, physicist Hal Puthoff came pretty close to saying that this weird wedge of metamaterial came from a crashed saucer, but he can't know for sure. Puthoff and his colleague, Dr. Eric Davis, are on the cutting edge of attempts to identify an assortment of bits and pieces that are seemingly beyond anything we can create. This one sample is engineered in layers thinner than microns through a process unknown on Earth and for a purpose we can only guess.
Nowhere could we find any evidence that anybody ever made one of these.
Yeah.
When we talk to
the thin
people
layers are
who,
multiple microns. They're still the bismuth layers are at least 3 microns according to the documentation.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you get the point. I mean, it's the news media. They mess up the science some.
It's George Knapp. So
I want to point out Modumetal. Bring that up again. That's a company that can make this stuff in principle. Remember Modumetal?
yeah, I emailed them. They never got back to me.
Weird. Maybe I can reach out with my connections more in this area on the East Coast. I don't know.
Yeah, maybe I wasn't good enough with the language and the material science. You'd do much
Yeah,
better.
I'd probably get in. Yeah. But yeah, Modumetal, they do a whole bunch of cool stuff, and they can certainly make a magnesium bismuth layered material like this. If typically they do things like this for anti-corrosion purposes, so they'll take like nickel and zinc or aluminum and chromium, and they'll basically make a layered material like this, and it minimizes the corrosion rate of the material. Because basically, like if you have this material that's coated onto the surface, then if it's like inexpensive like zinc or something, it still has to eat through a layer of nickel to get to the next layer of zinc, and so on and so forth. So like the corrosion properties are improved.
Yeah, so I'm pretty sure this has got to be man-made, and it's got to be the idea it's some Chinese technology wouldn't surprise me at all. I just I'm not sold that completely that it's this magnesium bismuth aerogel that these guys are talking about, and I'd like to see. I want to see more patents and more science. If we can trace back these scientists,
Sir, but he.
I'm going to look at the patents that he sent me, and we're going to reach out to those scientists and see if we can interview some of them. Some of them might have more information. So this is not over. Guys,
just catastrophic day 2 disclosure, right?
This is day 2 of catastrophic disclosure tonight, and I mean this catastrophic disclosure live, and as we saw, they kind of showed us what will happen if someone gets on here. If we get UFO Snowden on here, he's going to get pinged to death. Like there's no way. I don't think he'd even be able to get through. I think they would instantly ping him out. And that was kind of like a warning to say, like, hey guys, we know what you're up to here, and we're watching now. And
or we're just unlucky, and it was bad. Just like
maybe it was just a bad connection. Who knows?
Yeah, like sometimes it's just like a tree falls somewhere, it hits some wires, it puts the power out at the nearest cell tower, and then you're done for a couple minutes until they power up the next backup. But yeah, I mean, be cautious out there.
Yeah, well, whatever, we're doing it, man. It's if they just told the truth or investigated themselves properly or passed, legitimate legislation to like open up the doors for disclosure, then we wouldn't have to do all this. We wouldn't, but like honestly, someone's got to do it, and someone would.
Like the most likely thing is someone will reinvent it entirely, at least in its initial form, and then like. If there are technologies there, I don't think they're just going to get out through the government.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be the government anyway. It's in private hands. It's usually
Yeah, if it
funded
happens
government
3
organizations.
times, it's enemy action. Look,
Well,
right?
yeah, I mean,
I mean,
right. Well, I don't know. I mean, has it happened 3? I
no,
wasn't
it's
paying attention.
just well, I don't know if it
Could just
one
be he has a
stream is
bad
enough. It's
connection
only
then.
happened. It didn't happen on day number 1, but it's happening today on day number 2. So we'll see.
That's fair. I mean, you can at least like goad them
Oh,
into
real
stopping, because then
disclosure.
it would be, they got to maintain plausible deniability. So that's true. If you see a
Right.
pattern, then that's a way of dealing with it. You can point it out.
We got some new people backstage I'm going to bring in to the discussion here.
All right, I'll probably head
Taylor,
out.
Jeremy,
Have fun.
welcome. Nick.
Hey, what's going on? Yeah, about terahertz wave guides. I'm just getting into. We're going to start my associates pretty soon in the middle of the year. So, but terahertz is not in like the nano size level, just like to rehash, right?
It's terahertz. The spectrum we're talking about is like 1 to 9 terahertz. We're thinking it is, and that's the frequency that's kind of associated with the distance of the atom and the electron shell itself. So when you start fine tuning to the distances which correspond to matter it's themselves, there's like this gap. It's hard to see those frequencies because of the effects of how they interact with matter and the electron
Yeah.
structure itself.
So on the spectrum monitor, I don't know if I'm saying that right. It would be a very messy signal then, right? That's what you would.
It's hard to make detectors or transmitters on those frequencies because it's
not physical.
Taylor, are you UFO Snowden? New face here.
Not firsthand knowledge. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yeah, I can.
So I wanted to actually sort of pitch a really interesting resource. So my specialty is in books, collecting quotes and sort of getting a full view of things. I'm not working directly on the science like you guys, but there's this book called Adventures to the Planet Gok in 1985. And this is a Chinese man who says he was abducted at the age of 19, taken to an alien planet. For about 30 days is what he spent on this planet. And what's interesting about this book is that it has quite a few bits of conversations on technological explanations of the flight principles of these Gok people's UFOs. And unlike most abductions in which they do not reveal these types of knowledge, they seem to open up into a full conversation. So this is a pretty unique case, and I'll try and do my best to try and give you some of these concepts on the flying saucers. But obviously, so one of their main principles is that they need to hit light speed, they need to make the flying saucer have a mass of 0. And they do that using the high energy electromagnetic fields. One of the things that is in the book is they say that the outer edge of the circular UFO actually works almost like the Hadron Collider, for the purpose of creating some, almost creating maybe like a tunnel. But anyway, it has to do with converting electricity into manipulating the gravitational waves. And they also mentioned that, so when they're in the 0 mass stage, they can go at like light speed, but they have to use computers to still navigate, because it's almost like they say that they are irradiating space with something that they call an artificial field, which works on gravitational fields. But when they get to the atmosphere, they basically do this switching maneuver where they call it switching space-time states, and they actually flick on and off at high speeds. And this is how going from the 0 mass state to a very light mass of the craft. And in doing this is how they appear to make these 90-degree right channel turns in our atmosphere without excessive G forces on the craft occupants. let me see what else here. And I put this book into ChatGPT, and I have a retrieval program. So if you have specific questions, I can enter it in here, and it can give you, and I can kind of quote back the knowledge. I don't want to keep ranting on what's in this book, but
That sounds interesting. And it was in 85 that this was published, and he's talking about some of these ideas.
he was abducted in 1985. He says he's been posting online for like 30 some years. This book is, you can see the publication date in 2022. It's translated from Chinese, but it's pretty good translation. But like, if you want a layman's view of like the full philosophy of what do we need to understand scientifically to achieve the flying saucer state, this does it. The only thing it doesn't do is give you the equations. They talk about how there are some mathematics involved, but they lay out like a solid abstract. And I think any scientist could be impressed because it acknowledges the fundamental differences in science that we need to get to in order to fully understand UFOs. So when you look at it like that, then it gives you, I think, a way. It points you in directions to go, and it also probably helps you decide, or maybe if you're gonna take their philosophy, then when you do look at the scientific papers, you can start to filter them based on this philosophy and try to back it up with what we're currently on the edge of. Another claim is that they say that space itself is actually in motion, and there's something they describe space has a right-hand spiral turn, and if you understand this, it helps you kind of master gravity. I don't know what that means. I would have to, let me try and search that up. What is the right hand spiral?
Oh, that's very
turn
simple.
of
That's the right
space?
hand. That's the right hand law of electromagnetism.
Okay.
Basically,
Yeah,
absolutely.
Mark.
The
Yeah,
electron
it's not a
travels one way.
left-hand
And
rule. You know,
it's the right hand rule. The left hand rule is for antimatter.
yeah, in the mirror universe.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this is so what's your Taylor, what's the first UFO book you ever read?
So I started with Mysterious Universe, the podcast. So they summarize tons of books. So I have like I don't know. Let's see. The first one that I actually jumped into from
Mine
that
was
podcast was it's called Chronicles from the Future, and I'm actually more interested in the psychic side of the UFO phenomena. But yeah, Chronicles from the Future was a guy who went. He fell asleep for a year because he has this encephalitis lethargica, and he says that he wakes up like 2,000 years in the future, and he lives there for a year, and he describes it. So that was my favorite first book. It's not directly UFO related, but they do have saucer-like craft in that book as well. Here I have a. Do you want me to read this right-hand spiral explanation that they're trying to say?
This is a good one. Unconventional Flying Objects by Paul Hill. There's a NASA scientist who, like, his daughter found all his notes and published them into a book about, because more proof that NASA was studying UFOs during a time that they were ridiculing the public for them.
And according to Gary McKinnon, also editing them out of photos. Yeah, Taylor, please do see what this book says on that right-hand rule you're about to say.
Yeah, let's go back to that.
Yeah, so it says the right-hand spiral turn of space is a concept that describes the movement of space itself as existing in a state of cylindrical spiral motion. To conceptualize it, think of holding the spiral space with your right hand, the forefingers representing the direction of the spiral, while the thumb points in the direction of linear motion. This cylindrical spiral motion is made up of both rotational motion and linear motion that occurs perpendicular to the plane of rotation. This sounds like it took.
That makes sense with, the Earth, the Moon, the Earth, the Sun, the center of the galaxy, and then the center of the universe, like the spinning and spinning and spinning, right?
Yeah, so the plane of rotation will be the direction your fingers curl around in, and the perpendicular vector would be your thumb.
Because so they use this example where they talk about the thumb, and they're telling the guy that they abducted, if you hold the flying saucer like this, and the edge is around your fingers, you're actually flying through space like bottoms up. You're not flying flat, which we've heard that from Bob Lazar. He said it like points the 3 gravity wave generators, and it actually is flying. It's almost like flying through a tube. And this is what I was trying to get to earlier, is that they almost make it sound like they're, I don't know if they, well, I'll end that there, but they're flying this way when they're flying at light speed. They're not flying flat like when they're flying in our atmosphere.
And you think that they're corkscrewing through space rather than linear, kind of, they're...
Yeah, because it's related to that gravitational. We're getting around gravity
like
in order to
torsion,
achieve light speed.
torsion
Yeah.
fields and stuff is what it sounds like. If the space-time spinning right-handed, you spin left-hand. I don't know.
That makes sense in my mind.
Have to. They're falling. Yeah, they're falling. They're falling upwards because of the way that they've warped space-time around them. That's what I've always thought.
So it's like the leftover motion of like all of the gravity of the mass of all of like the stars, planets, and everything moving in their orbits, and then like the leftover remnants, I guess. So you're like reversing it essentially, and how it. I don't know. Trying to conceptualize, rationalize it.
You're watching Disclosure, Catastrophic Disclosure Live. I'm your host, Jeremy Riss. UFO Snowden, are you out there? Get in here. Here's the link. Jump on.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. Who's that?
Okay, I just posted a link to a lady's example of it's a good analogy to do with the space-time curvature. Just share your screen and it's only like 2 minutes, this woman's analogy, but it does have something to do with that right-handedness, or at least I think maybe. Just have a quick go at this woman's analogy for space-time curvature from it's about 9 minutes in that video.
Now, because you know the equation of the universe, and the music agrees with me, definitely. So you can see this Z, that's redshift, okay? And there are these other components that we call them omega, and they are the different components of the universe. And the proportion of these components tells us what kind of universe we have. So if you go to the next slide, okay. So we're going to bake a universe, okay? Yeah, we are using this equation. We have this cake which represents the universe, okay? We have the first one, that is omega R, or radiation, which is an equivalent of the fire that lights the cake, when it's baking. The next one, it's omega matter. So that's dark matter, that's baryonic matter, the thing we're made of, stars, gas, everything else. Then we have something very weird, like the curvature of the universe, and the only analogy you can use is like the shape of the pan in which you're baking the cake, okay? And you have something else that got hidden over there, which is called dark energy, that we really have no idea yet what it is. But in a way, it's like the yeast of the cake, because the more you put, the faster the universe expands. And finally, we have the Hubble constant, which is the term that you have closer to the beginning of the equation, that just tells us the rate today of the expansion of the universe. So if something is 1 megaparsec, which is just a unit of distance, from us, it will move at 70 kilometers per second away from us. Okay, that's what it tells us. Okay, so now we use this cosmic microwave background to measure the oscillations of this radiation, and we can see more or less like the relative quantities of this. So we know we have a lot of dark energy. Almost 70% of everything we know is dark energy. So the universe is really expanding, and not only expanding, but also expanding accelerated today.
All right, so explain this again. Sorry.
Oh, I was just thinking that K value is probably to do with this curvature, that right-handedness. The only other example I can really think of is I think Veritasium has Steve Mould has a thing on why sugar twists light to clockwise. I think that's the only other like input I can really have on that.
Oh, that's like chirality of molecules, right? So
Yeah,
like
why there is this bias.
Yeah, sugar has a certain chirality, and it's actually like you can make sugar with the opposite chirality, and it doesn't metabolize the same.
Yeah,
But
that's right. It's like
but it
life
still
prefers
tastes
this
sweet, right?
right-handedness.
It tastes a little bit different too, right?
I'm not sure. I'm just referring mostly to the physics of it. It's just odd how it sort of twists it clockwise like that. But yeah, it's something to do with that K value and the curvature, just in my speculatory opinion.
All right. Hey, we're full, and someone's trying to join. And I'm gonna have to let.
I don't mind just dropping out. I don't mind hanging in the background.
All right. If you guys, Lulu's in the background. Lulu, I'm sorry. I'm trying to let people in. I'm gonna just boot a couple people out. Sebastian, welcome.
What's going on, Jeremy? It's been a while.
Yeah, there should be a spot open now. We have, if whoever's trying to get in, just know that you can just keep trying. You'll get in. Yeah, so we're doing catastrophic disclosure live because the government is incapable of investigating itself or telling the truth, and they want us to wait 25 years and pull a JFK Records Review Board Act on us, where they, that date of 25 years will come and go, and we still won't get the truth. So we're done with that, and we're asking, the public for the public's help to, bring this out, and any way possible. You can. I got to think of more creative ways that I could set up dead drops and other locations where people can more discreetly get files and information to me, because I'm on a mission to go all out and bring disclosure to the American people for the government, because they're not capable of doing it for us. So
I don't think it's possible to stop this anymore. I think between the scientists who are working on this and those that are being spoken to, directly, I think we're going to see a real heightening in the amount of information that we're seeing. I mean, certainly, kind of in my own world, I'm seeing the amount of information that's coming this way that is not really comes from places which are unexpected, and also just of a nature that are unexpected is pretty wild. Like, I don't know how much you've seen, Jeremy, of my recent work, but a lot of that is kind of directly related to all of this and this phenomena. So, yeah, I don't know if you want me to talk about it, but.
All right, so there's people out there that still don't really know what happened with Ning Lee and AC gravity and all that. I think that's interesting. So I'll refer back to that stream if people have missed that, because there's a lot of disclosure that happened on this channel too. Just like that gentleman Brad who came on earlier and shared that phone call that should have gotten more views than it did. There's lots of stuff that's going on here right on Alien Scientists that should have gotten more attention than it did. And if you go and type Ning Lee in, on my channel, you'll find this stream from, it's 2 years ago already. Wow. And then we did an update on Ning Lee from that. And then this was the better stream that we did after that, where we actually got Tony. Yeah, this is a good one. Tony Robertson actually jumped on this stream towards the about 3/4 of maybe towards the end. When was Tony on? Was this one? I thought this was the one. I don't see him on anywhere. This might not be the right file. Oh, God. Where's the one with Tony Robertson where he comes on and tells the whole story? That was the APEC one.
Not sure how helpful it will be, Jeremy, but I did want I did want to offer my help in terms of kind of seeing if there's anything to do with we can do with academic connections. I'm working at a lab at UConn now, so
Okay.
yeah, if there's any kind of thing I can do to help connect you or with anybody, I have a larger network now relative to that.
So I'm trying to look up this. This isn't the one, because there's a one where we interviewed Tony Robertson, who's a NASA scientist that worked directly with Ning Li. And he came on and basically spilled the name of the paper that the whole idea came from. A graduate student wrote this physics paper, and he drops the name of the graduate student and that paper. And, you know, we've done a lot of streams on. This was the one. This is the one. Yeah, so this is the one right here. I'll post this in the live chat so people can go and check this video out if you want to know what happened with the Ning Li story and what was up with that. This is directly from the source. I mean, these are the people that worked with her at NASA and were there. So I don't know what else to say, but Tony Robertson, I met him in person. You know, he's working for Kepler Aerospace now with John Brandenburg and a couple of these other guys that are doing great work. So you know, my hats go off to these people for bringing this all out. And this still isn't the video that I was.
Like Ning Li goes all the way back to like 2004 here. I've got all of her papers here, 2004, 2003.
Yeah, that was the Ning Li story. I'm just trying to find there's. I don't know why this video is not showing up. If it got deleted or something happened to it or what. But I had the link to the paper and all that information in it and the interview on it, man.
I have that paper. I have the links to all that work. It's all in this Google.
I hate how this stuff gets fractionated and lost. It's like they're covering it up again as we speak, dude. It's like people don't pay attention to this stuff, and then and they get the crap that gets out there. And you know, it's good that we get this on to discuss it, but I'd like to do more follow-ups and more deep dives on this stuff. And we already did that, but then it sucks when I can't find the information, dude. And like YouTube literally just hides stuff, dude.
From your own channel.
I thought this was the video, but it should have right in the description a link to this graduate student's paper. Is this the one? Nope. Nope. These are just articles about it, but there's a paper I'm trying to find. David Noever? No, it's not David Noever. That's the NASA guy that worked with her at NASA. I'm talking about the graduate student that they borrowed the whole idea from. And Tony Robertson went over this in one of our other broadcasts. Maybe I have to search for Tony Robertson on there. Man, I hate this. Second year. Yeah. Because there was one that Tony Robertson came on and dropped all that information. Maybe that was the APEC conference. So I got to go back and watch these again. Maybe other people can and tell me. I need to start taking down stuff and just repost and stuff, like condensed short video summaries of all like the key important stuff, because it's just there's so much great information that's lost inside these long streams and videos that a lot of people honestly are not going to watch. So I need like a help with like an archivist. I like to go to like, I need to get film studio and some editors or something, man. There's just so much that needs to be done. And
So I work in AI, and one of the products that we have right now is essentially a document management system that's AI driven, and that's exactly what it does. It essentially can go through a mountain of documentation find information as well as restructure all that information into new information. I use this kind of stuff all the time. I don't know what I would do without it. I mean, you and I should just spend some time offline, and I can help you hook it up to the Google org, and then just have it get to work. It should be pretty straightforward to do that.
Yeah.
So if you have some time, just reach out to me and let's do it. I can help you with that.
Yeah, it would be nice to get all this clipped up somehow out of the archives, because there's a lot of great information that we've already gone over and covered and done the investigations on. And people are like, "Oh, what about this?" And it's like, dude,
How would you like to have an AI searchable database? I have access to this entire database, dude. I can just hook up like a chatbot to it, and it could literally then you could just chat with the information.
we already got that AI set up with our data. We have a database of all the papers and files on the UFO stuff that we've saved for years.
But can you talk? Can you like talk to the database? Because that's what I can do. I can make it so you can chat with the database, and then
yeah, the AI will interact with the database. We set it up, and we had to shut it down because like all the papers in our archive is a lot of copywritten stuff, a lot of stuff that's been like was published, and then like they a different publisher brought it out and censored it because it's how another way they classify stuff or bring it back out of the public domain to attempt to hamper on it. So a lot of the stuff was like sensitive kind of info, and we I'm gonna find the drive for you guys just to show you some of the stuff that's in it. A lot of the stuff's been taken out of it just because we were trying to share it with a larger audience and make it more shareable, because you can't sell something that uses other people's copyrighted material for its database. So it's like, but we have is the largest depository of documents on UFO technology anywhere out there, as far as I know, in the public domain. There's and this isn't it. This isn't even the database. So Terran Earthling is I don't know if he's out there in the live chat or where he is, but
hey Jeremy, I don't know if you can hear me. I was on earlier and had to drop, but when you shared the photo of Prescott Bush and Nixon, I was told, I believe by Danny Sheehan in one of his videos, that the guy in the middle of the photo is Jack Ruby. And when you had this image search up, I clearly saw the photo, and I didn't know if you knew that, but that's why I called in. I'm amazed I'm on the live stream, but love your work, and I'm going to drop off and just listen.
Oh, heck yeah. Yeah, that was some good stuff. Let's go back to that image. There's a bunch of them out there, right? So let's find that here.
Yeah, it's when you did the search, and it was the main, you had the photo up, and you were talking about, Bush was touching it. Yeah.
Well, that's not Ruby, but I know Nixon was associated with Ruby, and Ruby worked with, had some kind of affiliation with Nixon. But
if you've watched any of the Danny Sheehan Romero Institute, he's got a whole semester's worth of lectures he's done on the JFK alternative theories, and I believe he presented that. That's where I first really got into this topic. But thanks again. I'm gonna mute and go off cam.
Well, Jack Ruby, after shooting Oswald and getting tackled by the Dallas police in the Dallas police headquarters basement, started kicking and screaming like, "Oh, what's going on? I'm Jack Ruby. What are you guys doing?" He didn't even realize that he had shot the president, and even claimed he had no memory of it. So it's interesting around that time that that the people that they were surrounded by were the CIA running MK Ultra. mind control experiments where they were trying to create Manchurian candidates, hypnotized patsies, that they could hypnotize someone into doing something and then they wouldn't realize what they did. And there's a theory out there, because Jack Ruby, the psychiatrist that they had hired to basically assess him for the court, turned out to be an MK Ultra psychologist. Okay. And shortly after this MK Ultra psychologist visited Jack Ruby in his cell, Jack Ruby went crazy.
Imagine that.
Go figure.
And this psychologist that visited him was like an expert in administering drugs and techniques that would cause a person to go permanently insane.
So he just snuck him tons of acid, probably.
Yeah, or there's much more serious drugs than that. So if you know about Alexander Shulgin, he's a brain chemist, and for a number of years, the DEA allowed him to keep, all these substances, because he knew more about drugs than the DEA did, and he did a lot of the research for the DEA into these substances and drugs.
So there's kind of there's a modern equivalent here with Kanye and his handler online. I don't think if you might have heard of this guy named.
Yeah, Shulgin said he had a drug called the Wizard that he created, which made LSD look like a multivitamin.
Whoa. But anyway, this guy Harley Pasternak is another guy whose name comes up a lot when it comes up when it comes to MK Ultra handlers. He was the one that was threatening to institutionalize Kanye West just recently, and he's a supposed trainer. Yeah, not so much.
Oh, he's an interesting one. This is a newer guy. They hypnotize a lot of Hollywood. There's a lot of people in Hollywood that they said were hypnotized and stuff, including like Mike Tyson, apparently.
Yeah.
He would be hypnotized before his fights and stuff. But yeah, there's also Dr. William Joseph Bryan, who is allegedly, he was the so he got Albert DeSalvo, the Boston Strangler, to admit to his crimes under hypnosis. Apparently, either that or he got him to, do it. I don't know, but it's weird. It's weird because this DeSalvo was written down in Sirhan Sirhan's notebook, the name DeSalvo. So it was suspected that he was being treated by the same psychiatrist and had heard that name because he was, Joseph Bryan was working on the DeSalvo thing at the same time as, Sirhan Sirhan would have had to have been, systematically hypnotized to become the patsy that would later shoot RFK. So yeah, this is all weird stuff. What was the Jolly and West was the name of the doc, Louis Jolly West. Yeah. So this is the guy that was Jack Ruby's lawyer, that was the expert in making people insane and was an MK Ultra so of course the court would appoint, this psychopath to go and treat Jack Ruby, one of the most important witnesses in history. So the CIA their cover up of the JFK assassination is obvious. It's their fingerprints, their hands are everywhere, all over the JFK assassination, and the even Lee Harvey Oswald, the top suspect, the guy who shoots Lee Harvey Oswald. All this has since come out in the past 60 years, and you still have government apologists, who claim that it's still they haven't even budged on their positions of this. The so-called skeptics and whatnot. It's a joke. But yeah, regardless of all this. Also the how about that interesting thing with Bugliosi, the guy who wrote the big book, right? Vincent Bugliosi wrote this huge book, which was authority on the JFK assassination. Where they promoted it as that, right? But it turns out he's an MK Ultra lawyer that prosecuted Charles Manson, who was an MK Ultra victim, another MK Ultra victim, right? So Charles Manson, MK Ultra victim, right? The Manson murders and all that. Who knows? The CIA was behind. The CIA could have been behind that. There's not as much evidence for that as there is for the evidence that they were behind Ted Kaczynski's mental degradation. Because Ted Kaczynski, the Unabomber, was a genius who was at Harvard University writing all these papers and stuff when he was inducted into this little psychological study in his second year at Harvard. Kaczynski participated in a study. Author Alston Chase wrote this book on it about this Harvard psychiatrist, and this is the CIA asshole right here, Henry Murray. This CIA scumbag piece of shit asshole set up this psychiatry program at Harvard and took bright young minds like Ted, right? This guy, he was actually like, I think his second year there, and he was younger. He was so smart they brought him into college early, so he was even more young and vulnerable, right? They brought Ted into a room, gave him LSD, and then had all his professor, they had him, well, first off, they had him write a paper about all his aspirations and what he wanted to do at Harvard and with his life and you know, all these ideas and whatever. They wrote this into this big essay. And then this asshole read that essay, gave the dude LSD, and then just totally ripped apart his entire thesis, like for hours on camera, and played it back to them. You know, well, the guy was on LSD, so you can't really respond when you're tripping and you're in this weird state. And so like, and they would play this back to them, and they did this whole berating this program that was designed to see how if they could just psychologically break a person. And of course, yeah, of course it worked. Yeah, of course you're going to psychologically break people when they're young at Harvard. Your professors and your whole outlook on life, that's everything to you. Imagine being on the worst LSD trip of your life, coming from that high of like your
human rights abuses, like, and psychologically sick. Like,
well, this is CIA blowback, because later in life, you know, Ted Kaczynski became so mad at the whole system and everything that he saw going on, having understood it now through you know, being introduced to this whole crap. I guess he you know, a lot of other innocent people paid the price for what this blowback essentially for what the CIA did. You know, the CIA basically, and there's been tons of these people that they later turn out that they were psychological mind control experiments, you know, like that went wrong and stuff. Like, you know, for example, one of my favorites is one of my favorite ones. One of the ones I think is the most obvious is the Batman shooter, James Holmes. Yeah, that's his name, right? This guy,
right? Yeah, like what?
Oh, that dude is obvious. Yeah,
it's obvious that they did this to him. So someone
like,
did this.
His mind is literally fried.
He went from this to this, you know, and this. Why am I here? What's going on? What did they do to me? Yeah, this is crazy, man. So this is why I would never agree to participate in a Brown University or Harvard University psychological study. In fact, I whenever I see things for those, I would go just to go and meet the people running it and get information, and then, you know, not participate in the study, just go to the initial thing to kind of document it and see what the hell they're doing in there, because this is so much horrible things have been done. Did you guys know that there was all these state hospitals like all around Rhode Island and all around Massachusetts way back in the day? And I've been doing research into these lately, because living in the area of Massachusetts and learning about some of the state hospitals that were here, and understanding the doctors and the medical and psychological experiments that went on in some of these hospitals. that were connected to like even earlier stuff than, you know, oh, this is like pre-OSS. Some of these state hospitals and the tuberculosis camps. There's a Rutland prison camp. I just went and visited like the whole facility. This place exists out here in Massachusetts, and this is like the food storage places. There's this whole farm and this whole hospital that existed out there in the middle of nowhere. It's like it's I think 900 acres or something ridiculous, and it's all like this land that used to be this old prison camp and one of these old state hospitals like system. And then years ago, right, you look up Rhode Island highway bodies, right? They were digging up the highway to redo some of the highway, and they found hundreds of skeletons, human skeletons. They're like, what? Where did these come from? And so these people who were searching for their grave site for their their deceased relatives, you know, ancestors, came across this, and they realized that there was all these historic state cemeteries that were like for the state farm. So they had this state farm, you know, these prison camps and these facilities where just people would go, and you'd go to be forgotten about and die. And be tortured, you know, have weird medical experiments done on you. They probably developed diseases and biological warfare agents out at, you know, these types of places. Like you look into like the history of some of the stuff, and it's all documented. Like they did horrible medical experiments on people for decades and decades, and none of it's documented or accounted for. Like, I mean, they the graves that they found out there in the middle of nowhere, and that's like nothing. Yeah, it's crazy that what people don't know about the deep dark history of the medical industry and the state hospital system and all that. So I think that's I'm eventually gonna put a lot of that research together and do a documentary on it, because it's something that's it's something that needs to be, it's a story that needs to be told. Like there's literally hundreds and hundreds of people and all these different facilities. Just look up, you know, all those places. I mean, this is like, it's crazy. Anyways,
trying to get in, so I'll hop out for a minute.
Yeah, I'm getting some people. I want to jump in. The new disclosure tonight, people.
Let's get UFO Snowden.
Who's AKA? Kylie, did they? AKA, are you on? Do you want to? I'm gonna drop you if you don't speak.
Definitely. Hey, what's up, you guys?
Anything? Are you UFO Snowden? Are you out there?
No, I really wish I was, but I'm not. It's good to be here with you guys, though.
I can barely hear you, man. You're really faint and broken up. But yeah, the acid test parties, they would give acid to all kinds of people. Look up. So there's a whole documentary I have on the whole MK Ultra thing that was put out in the 70s. 1970s MK Ultra documentary. I don't know if you find it looking for that. Yeah, Mission Mind Control, 1979. That's the name of it. Yeah, go watch this. This is crazy. It goes into the whole story of Frank Olson. Is that his name? Yeah, Frank Olson. What a guy, huh? So they gave him LSD, and he apparently jumped out a window and killed himself. But you know, it took 20 years for the CIA to admit that part of it. But it took even longer for it to come out eventually that, yeah, he didn't just, you know, get dosed with LSD and kill himself. We kind of dosed him with LSD and made him kill himself because he knew too much about some of these other projects that he had worked on, including, you know, he was a Operation Sea Spray, right? So I didn't believe in chemtrails or any of that stuff until I found out about this, and I'm like, wow, it connects to this guy. He was basically a agriculturalist. He got a degree in agriculture, but instead of growing plants for the government, he was killing plants for the government, and they developed different. This is where Agent Orange came out of these. The spray that the stuff that they sprayed on Vietnam to kill all the foliage that poisoned the ground and poisoned people for generations, left all kinds of nasty, things that are forever chemicals over there. And this Operation Sea Spray stuff, they sprayed Americans in the San Francisco Bay Area with diseases and other stuff. It's just nasty, the things that the government has done to the American people without their knowledge or legal consent, like things that are just completely illegal. The Tuskegee experiments, where they gave syphilis to black communities to study the spread of syphilis and what it would do in long-term untreated syphilis to monitor the effects of it. So they got all these people lined up, told them that they were getting vaccinated. Oh, come get your shot. You're getting a vaccine. You need to get your vaccine. And instead of giving them vaccines, the government actually gave these people syphilis as part of a study. Okay. And to think that this kind of shit can't happen today, you're fucking stupid. I'm sorry. To think that they still can't get away with it, they still couldn't do stuff like this today, you're out of your fucking tits. Sorry. You are. This is Total Disclosure Live. And if you can't handle the truth, you're in the wrong place, buddy. What do you guys think about Tucker Carlson? Do you think he's controlled opposition, or do you think he's really, after the truth and wants to turn a leaf over now that he got kicked off Fox News? Or do you think it was all like a scam? Because no one's really replaced him, in the mainstream media.
I for one love Tucker. He's not afraid to speak his mind, and he gets kicked out of places for that.
Yeah.
Power to him.
Free speech.
Yeah, me too. I really dig Tucker. I mean, I used to not like him because he used to offend me, but I got past that, and I'm a big fan now.
Yeah, I don't necessarily agree with everything that he says, but I do believe that his heart is in the right place.
Totally.
And he doesn't get everything right, but he does. His core values are there. He's got the core values. That's what I like about him.
I mean, I'd love to. I would definitely wouldn't give up the opportunity to go on his platform or to have him on here.
Definitely.
Imagine
he's
if
apologized,
dude. Imagine if we could get Tucker to host Total Disclosure Live.
That would definitely do it.
Tucker, it needs to happen.
Catastrophic.
He apologized for pushing the vaccine too.
Yeah, he was saying, he was one of the guys I was against forced anything. For any kind of forced medical anything is bad, in my opinion.
Agreed. It's
your body, your choice.
My only hope is they kept to some sort of medical normacy where they by medical non-malpractice gave 50% of the population saline solution as a control that they claimed were giving the vax to. So it's they only did half the amount of damage, but who knows?
Yeah, and I wouldn't be surprised if this Tuskegee experiment, that some of the batches they put out were just kill shots or other gene-specific bioweapons, because they can do a lot with the this was talked about by Ed Boucher and others 20 years ago.
What happened in Iran? What happened in North Korea and stuff? It was crazy.
He was explaining, these that they were going to make genetic bioweapons that were going to kill certain aspects of the population. Years ago, before all this, it would be easy to hide something like that in just a few batches, and then he could just, and then you know, have to wonder about all the athletes that developed cardiovascular illnesses and were dropping dead on, you know, the playing field and everything else. And
Remember
then all the
that one guy, like, God rest his soul, or hopefully he's still alive, that called in like a year ago from the hospital, like live to your show, that was like seizuring and stuff, just wanting to document his story. Like, it was horrible.
Yeah, there's it's crazy. And then you get all these people out there. There was this guy, the Real Truther, that was on Twitter for a while, holding all these spaces, and he was just a real dominating, you know, like he would make it an echo chamber, and he'd kick at, like, basically berate, and they'd all like make fun of you, and they, if you question anything, and they demand, instead of making it about like, oh, we should have some proof of safety and some study and actual numbers going on, he would constantly cite all these studies that were being done to they're paying for all these studies to be done to debunk all this stuff, and it's like, you can massage and manipulate the data any way you want at the end of the day to like prove you know, what you're trying to prove, and you have to look in all the money that's involved in this to even wonder who you should trust. And they're like, oh, you won't trust the study because it was done by Pfizer, and they'll make fun of you for that you don't trust the study that was done by Pfizer or done by this other company that you've linked to bad money and all this. It's and you realize that these medical studies that you're citing as data and proof, they're not legitimate studies. They're in fact more vaccine propaganda or paid advertising for your product. And which, if your product was any good, you wouldn't need to fucking sell it. You wouldn't need any of this crap.
That reminds me of that GIF that you posted on Twitter the other day. 97% of scientists agree with whatever's funding them.
That's absolutely
exactly.
Look, it's all right if you disagree. I know there's plenty of people that disagree, and you know, I don't want people to think that everyone, you know, your family who got vaccinated are going to drop dead, because that's a horrible thing to deal with, you know. Like, I understand why a lot of people fight against these conspiracy theories. You're not going to drop dead. You're not going to drop dead if you don't get the vaccine. You're not going to drop dead if you do. This is all marketing, as far as I'm concerned, by these pharmaceutical companies that are just way out of control. You know, all the doctors went along with it because it's under the guise of that you're helping people and doing
just like the opiate epidemic that was started by doctors.
Oh, right.
They're helping people, right? Like,
so they want to go. Matt, look at how far these people went to go and control ivermectin, but you don't see them going that far to, you know, stop opiates, the fentanyl epidemic. Right? No, yeah, but it's crazy what they demonize. It's what cuts into their profits. At the end of the day, they're making tons of money. They made tons of money off of Oxycontin, and pushing, you know, they pushed all the people onto Oxycontins for years for pain medications, and then they took it off the market, you know. And did stuff. A lot of people went to heroin and stuff, man. The pill mills. Yeah, there was
epidemic.
It's crazy what's happened.
I wish I
got magnetic arms. LOL. I'm glad.
I want magnetic arms.
I'm happy, man. You know, I would hate to think that, you know, like, and I hate to spread misinformation, because there's a lot of misinformation out there that says like, oh, you know, this or it's you know, it's not. I don't think it's as bad as anyone says or as good as anyone says. You know what I mean? Because it's like, at the end of the day, you have to be able to hide that. If you're doing nefarious activities, you got to be able to hide that. So you're not going to like put out a shot that just kills everyone, you know?
Yeah, oh, absolutely. It was experimental is what it was. It was forced experimentalization on the general population.
What about de-sterilization? They could, I mean, sterilization. They could make the vaccine sterilize people, and they wouldn't even find out or know until like a while later. So I don't know. There's all kinds of weird
Trump
stuff with that.
literally posted a meme the other day.
I don't
where
trust
it was
these guys, man. They're doing gain of function research over there at a Chinese Wuhan lab, and something leaked out, and then they blamed it on the wet market and said came from bat soup, and you're racist if you
and
think
the pangolin
otherwise.
intermediate.
Oh my God!
Never forget the pangolin, or that they were caught with sneaking it out of the Winnipeg virology lab 5 years earlier.
Yeah, interesting. Anyways, yeah, I can't. I don't know. I would love to have someone get on here and argue against all this stuff and disprove it all. But so much more research needs to be done on mRNA gene therapy and spike proteins and all that stuff before we know we can trust it as a way that they can't doctor it up, man. I don't know.
It also made it mass acceptable. And the thing is like now that you're gene editing that, then you can pretty much gene edit anything going forward, at least especially for experimentational purposes.
Yeah.
And it's a huge ethics boundary that they've crossed and just, forced in there and crossed without, even discussing it yet, right?
So,
Yeah,
I want to
you're right.
interject real quick. Sorry, I just want to say I'm gonna hop off the stage here soon, but I put together one last explanation to try and understand that spiral motion of space, and it's basically their explanation of how they communicate faster than light. So, you want me to do this now, or I kind of interrupted what you were saying there?
Taylor, by the way, I really love your analysis on all these books you've read. I really appreciate it. Go for it.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Perfect. So, yeah, so what they're saying with this spiral motion of space is that they have something what they call artificial field scanning. So they give an analogy that we use electromagnetic fields to communicate, and we're in our cars and we're using cell phones, and that works because electromagnetic fields are going faster than our cars. But when you're in a UFO going at the speed of light, you need a way to communicate faster than light. Otherwise, it's backwards. So your communication needs to be faster or as fast as the movement of your craft. So they say that the next stage up to our communications is what they call artificial field scanning. And they say the essence is to change the cylindrical spiral motion of space. And this also, measuring with lasers, we also get dissipation as it travels through space as a medium. So this artificial field scanning, there's no energy dissipation when you use it. So let's see here. And that they also have this philosophy about the universe being made up of object particles and space. And so if you use object particles to communicate, it's backwards. But if you use space itself to communicate, it's the fastest method. And that's because they say space has no mass and no charge like objects. So it's not subject to the constraint on its speed of motion. They also make a comparison to quantum entanglement. And then my last little bit here is that they explain how they use this artificial field scanning to basically float people through walls. And this is something they do specifically in this abduction. And we've heard this from other abduction stories, being floated through walls. Some people speculate, oh, that means it must just be out of body. But here's an explanation in which they are physically floating you through a wall. And they point out that the reason we can't pass through walls is the electromagnetic forces between atoms. It keeps my hand from going through my other hand. But by, I guess, irradiating space around the object and changing the spiral motion of space, they can make those electromagnetic forces disappear in the object so that two solids can pass through each other. They also have this explanation, their equation. They say that momentum for us on Earth is mass times velocity, but their concept of momentum is the vector velocity of light minus the velocity of the object's motion times its mass. I'll admit I haven't studied physics in a long time, so I can't interpret that, but maybe that's interesting to somebody. There's also a lot of interesting consciousness.
That just sounds like relative velocity, because you're taking the velocity of light minus your speed. So that's just your relative velocity. So that is actually P equals mv still, right? It's just your units have to be the same, because you said it's just multiplied by the mass. So the other things have to be equal to v, right, to keep the units consistent. Because if it's momentum, you can't have you have a different interpretation of momentum, but it's just the units are different. But anyways, go on.
Okay. So they do all these weird things with consciousness, and they seem to understand it. One, they say that the charged particles and ions in the human brain can exert interference on the surrounding space, causing fluctuations in space itself. And that also explains how remote viewing and some of the psychic phenomena seems to travel at light speed. Even people talking about out-of-body experiences shooting across the universe. And they specifically take the man that they abducted, they take him out of his body, and he's watching them do a physical experiment and do some slices on his physical body. So the nature of this field technology also seems to be they can measure and directly input information into the brain. And later in the book, they talk about moving their consciousness into different bodies with this. So that's some of that. Again, I'm more interested in the consciousness field, so there's some great stuff in that book about that. I'll end my bit there. Thanks for having me.
Appreciate that, too. That's some epic analysis and information that Jeremy, that's it's physically sound within relativity, correct? So everything he's talked about.
That's why I recommend this book. So I'm the guy who finds the best books. I guess I'll make a small plug. I have a Twitter account, is at Chillaverse, CHILLAVERSE. And I'm going to, so I'm making a website to collect all of these quotes and books and knowledge base so that people can find the highest quality things that I've gone through. And you just use a filter. I want to know about the science stuff. I want to know about the consciousness stuff. And then you find the best quotes and then you follow up with it on yourself. I don't want to do as much time trying to tell you what it means. It's just like, here's what this is. Go look at it yourself, see if you can use it. So.
And I'll post a link to that in the description below so that people can find it. I didn't realize I'm still sharing. Let me just definitely get in touch with me. You can email me at thealienscientist@gmail.com if you have anything to send. I also have a Proton Mail account. If people don't trust Gmail to send me stuff, they can send it to Proton Mail. I got the email from Professor Q. I passed that along to Michael and others, and we'll definitely be looking into those links. Thank you for that, and please send us some more stuff, man. I want more. I want more papers, man. I want more. If we can get more scientists or more name, because a lot of those papers are cool. We're going to get those names of those scientists and reach out and try to contact them, see if they can tell us more information. Because, those post date the things that we're looking for. So we're looking for those scientists to be like, yeah, we published this thing, but yeah, we've been working on this technology since way back. And I'd love to see what they have to say about that material specifically. Because if I reach out to those guys individually, I know they're not connected to these, to Josh and his crew, right? And they're these completely independent scientists, and if they come out and say, yeah, that material that TTSA put out, that meta material is the stuff, then I'm gonna believe them. I'm gonna tend to believe them a little bit more, and I'm gonna be like, Michael, let's look into this, now we need to start building this stuff and experimenting with these graphene and bismuth, magnesium aerogels and all this stuff. Because I want to figure out what these things are and how they work, man.
At the very least, it would make for one hell of a cool hoverboard, right? Like, first step there, getting a hoverboard, right? Like,
yeah. I mean,
check.
Totally see that. UFO Snowden, are you out there? And
Taylor, by the way, how long have you been researching this for?
This is 2017 is at the end of high school for me that I was started getting interested in these subjects. Saw that I just took it seriously then, and I wasn't, I was pretty young, so I wasn't skeptical.
That's when the article came out in the New York Times, right?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's kind of what triggered it for. That's kind of what triggered it for me as well. I started reading all these books and trying to connect the dots. Really love your research. I'd like to learn a little more of what you've read. I went down the Gaia route. I listened to a whole bunch of that shit. I could tell you up front, there's not much there.
Yeah, no, that's why we put this together.
It's still an empty hangar with an echo.
We're expediting disclosure, man. Like, we're taking years off of their books timeline, man.
Taylor, you're looking in the right places. It's in those books. Try to pick out the little pieces of information, the rotating field. This is stuff that we're recently finding out from DARPA and researchers that are being paid.
We know Ralph Ring. We know about that. Otis T. Carr. I know the whole story of that, dude. The OTX.
That was right here in New Jersey.
OTC X1. And yeah, that's all ancient
Taylor,
history.
Where are you based out of?
I'm on the East Coast. I think actually I joined this chat because I saw Falcon Labs. I knew Jeremy's name and I saw your guys' site because I saw an article about the FBI visiting you, asking about UAP stuff.
Yeah. Oh yeah, they were asking if we have any enriched uranium. That was crazy. We're on the East Coast, are you?
Guys, we
not
gotta
far from Philadelphia, but
we're almost at 4 hours today, so we got to wrap it up soon. But yeah, this is the walkabout for UFO tech and the research, man. We're definitely going on it, and we're going out on a limb here to do this for you all. I hope you know the sacrifice that we're potentially making, because this is not this could get dangerous. There's a lot of people that don't want total disclosure, catastrophic disclosure live. So I'm sure there's going to be some opposition to this, but hey, we're going to keep posting this, and there's people out there watching that are too afraid to come forward right now. But as this goes on and they start seeing more and more what we're talking about and what we're going to disclose here every day on this podcast, they're going to start, getting and feeling more empowered and getting, I hope that they're making preparations and getting things ready, because, man, after Christmas, the shit's going to hit the fan. All right. By New Year's and everything else, dude, 2024 is going to be a wild one, ladies and gentlemen. So strap yourselves in. And if our window is going to close, man. UFO Snowden, if you're out there, man, you gotta come forward, man, because humanity's on a dark, bad path. And we need to save it.
Well said, brother. Well said. 4 epic hours. Day
Press
3.
forward.
Yeah. Oh, we got it, man. Q, man. I'm hearing it, man. And listen, thank you for the information. We're putting it all out there. We're analyzing it like we do, and it's out there, man. That they can't put the aerogel bismuth, magnesium layered aerogel back in the box now. All right, I'm telling. All right, I know.
We're
listening,
we're
man.
gonna catch them through the anti-gravity vehicle certification registration.
Yes, either way, if we get them on, we get these people on file. I don't know, prank calling you back. That's still good. It's a good prank call, even if it was. I don't know. Hey,
right? Who knows? Maybe it's
Frank
a
Rizzo.
normal thing. Yeah.
Listen there, liver lips. All right. I'll catch you later there, sizzle chest.
Much love, brother. Thank you for doing this, and don't get snowed into yourself, and don't get Julian Assange. The truth needs to come out. Let it be. Let humanity be free, and let Mark and Jeremy build it.
Yes. I say, this is how disclosure is going to go. I take him, you're going to give us this disclosure. And I push his face down on the UFO and I say, I says to him, this is how it's going to go. So I'm trying my best Frank Rizzo impression there for the prank calls. Anyways,
Mr. Denio Alien is cracking me up with all his faces.
Yes, I was very hurt. The government wouldn't give me the truth, and I want to sue them for punitive damages. So, thanks, guys, and we're going to continue this stream tomorrow. On tomorrow, we're going to be, maybe digging into this more with the material science team. And look, we're going to get back to it. We're going to have Josh back on, hopefully get Professor Q on. We're going to get Professor Simon on here for sure. That crazy Scottish goat farmer.
Taylor, if you can join us tomorrow and give us some more updates like that, that'll be very helpful. I found lots of little nuggets in science books like that before.
Heck yeah! Thanks for this, man. This is epic. If that turns out that material is in fact, what you guys claim it is, then you successfully brought disclosure, and but let's I'm not going to jump fully on board with that and hang myself and cut my teeth on anything, because I've been doing this a long time too. So we always got to keep an open mind for possibilities that maybe it is aliens, maybe it did come from a UFO, and that you guys are part of the cover up, trying to tell me it's aerogels, man. We already know it's aliens. And anyways, yeah, go back and watch the first half. There's a lot of good information here, and go back and watch. I'm going to be doing. We should do some clips and of the best information and bring this out. So yeah, again, you never know, man. So it's keep asking questions and keep investigating. Keep the information flowing to this channel. If anything you got that's good, please bring it our way, and let's. We're making head progress. I think they're. I think that they're very scared that they can no longer control the narrative on this. Their narrative is falling apart, and they can no longer control disclosure anymore. And that's their own fault. I mean, this is blowback for years of dosing people with LSD, doing crazy medical experiments, making people go crazy, hypnotizing people to shoot people and then not know what they did. That has consequences.
Jeremy, let's get Alex Jones on.
Right?
Alex, there's so much stuff.
Curtis has a connection to that. Let's make that happen.
The thing is, Alex likes to be the king of his own jungle. He likes to be T-Rex. So he's not going to come on here and where he's no longer the intellectual superior that he's just going to. We're like brain. We're like this is like the brain group. We friggin'. Alex is a good hype man and a pundit and all this stuff, but he's not like he's not like the best researcher. He relied on.
How about Bob Greener?
He hired Dan Bidondi to the InfoWars reporter team. Okay, 10 years ago, during the whole Boston Marathon bombing. I remember that.
Oh, yeah.
This guy's a professional wrestler from Rhode Island, and I mean. No offense to Dan, Dan's in trying to do the right thing, but you can do better.
How about we get Bob Greener on?
Do better for researchers, man.
I gotta
get intellectuals on.
Memorial
Professional
Project.
wrestlers.
Bob Greener.
That's what Alex Jones is. He's the professional wrestling of the conspiracy world, right? He's the WWE.
Let's get off of that. Let's get off of that and go with Bob Greener. He's really nice.
Yeah, Bob Green. I got some interviews coming up too with some interesting characters with a lot to say about disclosure and what the government's been up to that people have no idea about. It's way worse than you can possibly imagine, and it's all coming out. And we're not afraid to talk about any of it as long as it's fact check and verifiable. Like we're doing with this, aerogel balloon tech stuff. If that's what these UFOs really are, we're gonna find out. And if they're covering up aliens, we're gonna find that out too, man. This is what Disclosure Live is all about. And this is, we have a great team here, man. I don't think we need you, the audience. All right, we don't need Mick West. We need you, the audience. All right, and you guys are awesome. We can't do it without you. And the fact that so many of you have reached out and shown your appreciation for what we're doing, that's all we need, man. That keeps us going and keeps us doing this. So appreciate all those super chats. I'm going to go back through them real quick. This gentleman right down here, thank you. That's him right here, right below me, smoking a cigarette. Thank you for the super chats, brother. Every little bit helps. That's awesome, brother. So, $10 Harry Toe. The Schumer bill. You got to watch the whole thing with. We did a podcast on that with Stephen Bassett. So definitely go back and watch that one. And, all this legislation stuff, there's no brief explanation. Okay. I'm sorry. It's very convoluted, complex language, and they hit a lot of crazy stuff in the bill, and then they changed the bill and edited it so that it would get, and now they're completely rewriting it. And there's just no relying on these people anymore to legislate our way out of the problem. And that's why we're doing Catastrophic Disclosure Live. Order yourself some food, Jeremy. Thanks for being so dedicated to the cause. Much love from Vancouver, bro. Thank you again, Parrish, for that super chat. I got even more here. More love for Catastrophic Disclosure Live. Thank you for that. Again, Comp is with us right below me here. Thank you, brother, for all the love, keeping the stream, keeping this whole boat floating. Huge alien scientist revelation in 2023. Russell Targ got funding for remote viewing directly from Warner von Braun. Yes, that dropped live on my show. Can you believe it? Yeah, we got Russell Targ. Jack Sarfati invited him on and brought him on that random stream, and he dropped that little gem. So that's great, man. We're getting like
it's all coming out.
It's all coming out, man. It's crazy. It's crazy to watch it happen live here too, man. It's been awesome. It's been quite a ride, man. And I love you all.
Revolution will not be televised. It will be live on Alien Scientists.
Right. This is the revolution. We are the revolution. Guys, I see you tomorrow for total Catastrophic Disclosure Live. And I'm hoping this gets better, and I'm hoping that more of you out there, Edward Snowden, UFO Snowden, I know you're out there, and I know that very soon you're going to get the balls to just call into the show and just drop everything, and that's going to be epic. Maybe you can just come here, just grab everything and jump on make your way right to the lab. Mark, it's easy to find Mark in New Jersey. It's easy to find if it's easy to reach out to me. Yeah, man. I'm listening, man. You're here and you're on blast, dude. I got the email, and I'm gonna read it over, go over it with Michael, and that's definitely not over, man.
By the way, if anyone out there has some experience with RF engineering, we are looking for somebody here at the lab. We do have room and board available. So yeah, we could seriously use some help over here. We got a lot of equipment and not many people to run it. We do need qualified individuals to help out who are passionate about this kind of work, interested in it, and somebody out there in the chat maybe will be able to help us. Hawthorne, New Jersey, Falcon Space.
Yeah, come just drop off a flash drive randomly in the mailbox. You know, who knows?
I'd rather somebody be here to actually hook up
I
wires.
know, right?
And troubleshoot problems, because that's where the real help happens. Yeah,
I'd rather someone come with a box of memory foil and some UFO Roswell debris.
Team who wants to join, and we know you're out there. Room and board. Look at that. Who wants to?
Yeah.
Well,
Please
apprentice.
bring technology. I want. You know, it'd be cool to get a Nazca mummy. You know, a body or something. But you know, that's not really what I'm looking for here.
I would take another signal generator and spectrum analyzer over any Nazca mummy. I don't need your mummy.
Right?
Yes.
Well, I know you're out there, UFO Snowden, and try to find it in your heart to bring us disclosure by Christmas, or maybe on Christmas.
On Christmas. Well,
Yeah.
that'll be a few weeks. That'll be week 3, I guess, eh? Week 3.
Actually, the 21st, which is the winter solstice, is when the bill is passing. So theoretically, we could have mass UFOs showing up on winter solstice all over the world. That is a possibility.
Hail this heavens above. That would be amazing. I would, you know, maybe it will be Project Bluebeam. That's when they're going to roll it out, the final card. So
the rapture. Oh, you guys want to hear something crazy? I just read this in the Quran. There was this it talks about the end of days not happening until the Muslims fight the Jews, and the Jews are hiding in these thorny bushes to survive. And during the October 7th attack, that's exactly what happened. Jews that survived the attack were hiding in these thorny bushes. And then they said that's the end of the end of times. Now, what is the end of times for an alien worshiping religion? That's UFO disclosure, which just passed as well during that same period. So I think we are in the end of times, or the end of these alien worshiping religions.
This is it, man. I'm telling you, the time for good to destroy evil is now, and it's all it takes is for a couple good men to come up and speak out and bring this information forward. And if that happened here live already, then heck yeah, this is great. That happened this past Easter. Yeah, that would be great, man.
10 years of work coming to fruition, man.
I'd love to see it all unfold, because this is, you know, I just.
Anthony Williams, yeah, reach out.
All right, guys, I'm going to end this live stream here. This was.
We'll see you tomorrow. Thanks for doing what you're doing, guys.
Here's the chat. If
Live
people
long
want to
and
join.
prosper. Live long and prosper, everyone.
Later, guys. Have a good night. I'll see you tomorrow.